Good morning and welcome to the Hills Cricket Club near Skerries in North Dublin for today's Rario 50 over interprovincial clash between Leinster Lightning and the Northwest Warriors. We're into a week of 50 over cricket today, tomorrow and Thursday. Today's game coming from North Dublin. Tomorrow and Thursday will be coming from the Mardyke in Cork. And first up, it's Leinster Lightning against the Northwest Warriors. Northern Knights leading the way at the halfway mark on 9 points after 3 games. Northwest Warriors also on 9 points. Leinster Lightning and Munster Reds both on 4 points. So it's all to play for. Any of these 4 sides can win the Interprovincial Championship this year. And just a few minutes ago, out in the middle, Craig Senior was there to do the toss.
Well, welcome to the middle. I'm joined here by match referee Graham McRae, captain of the Leinster Lightning George Dockrell with the coin, and captain of the Northwest Warriors Andy McBrien. George. Well, you've won the toss, Andy. You've decided to have a bowl. Any particular reasoning behind that?
I think it's a wee bit of moisture in it earlier on this morning. I guess probably been lying below covers for the last maybe 24 hours. It feels like a wee bit tacky and below foot. I think as the day goes on, it's probably maybe become a better wicket.
Grand. And any changes to the team today?
Trent McKeegan comes in for Cian Robinson from the festival. Cian actually done a shoulder playing club cricket on Saturday, so unfortunately he misses out.
Well, hopefully he'll be back soon enough. And the very best of luck to you and your team today. Thanks very much. Well, George, lost toss, but what would you have done?
Yeah, probably would have done something similar. The pitch is a little bit soft and a little bit damp, I think, this morning. So I think it might do a little bit maybe the first 10 overs. But as always, if we get through that period and put some runs on the board, then we'll try and defend it.
That'd be brilliant. And any team news for our viewers?
Yeah, Christopher Fettis comes in, makes his Leinster Lightning debut. So excited to see him go. And we also have Gav Hoey back as well from injury. So great to have those two back in the fold.
Well, very best of luck, and hopefully it goes well for you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, there's the toss, and the Leinster Lightning lost the toss and will be batting first. The toss.
Well, that's the 7th game of this series and the 7th toss, and every single time the team winning the toss has inserted the opposition. So it's Leinster Lightning to face the music with Tim Tector and Simi Singh at the wicket. Today it's Leinster Lightning against Northwest Warriors. Tomorrow Munster Reds against the Northern Knights coming from the Mardyke, and then on Thursday Munster Reds will take on Leinster Lightning, and then we have another week of action coming up in September in the north. First in Breedy, Northwest Warriors against Munster Reds, and then Northern Knights against Leinster Lightning from the ward in Belfast. And the following day, Thursday, September the 7th, it'll all finish with the Northern Knights at home to the Northwest Warriors. It's been a good championship so far, and we're hoping for more today on a breezy morning in Milverton. The outfield is damp, very dewy. Fortunately, not much rain has fallen overnight. And the sky has some streaks of blue in it, so we're hopeful of a full day's play. Craig, what do you think about the prospects here?
Well, first things first, let's hope we get a full game in. And it provides us with some good entertainment today. The weather, as you say, well, overcast is the forecast, but there are bits of blue up there, so we'll see how that goes. No surprise that the Northwest Warriors, upon winning the toss, inserted Leinster, as you say. It seems to be the hallmark of this competition. And it will be Graham Hume opening up from the schoolhouse end.
And well left by Timmy Tector, opening the innings for Leinster Lightning with Simi Singh at the non-striker's end. Graham Hume, who on Saturday played for Waringstown against Leinster on his home ground at the Lawn, and unfortunately for Waringstown, Leinster were the victors in the Aracus Cup final.
Yes, a fabulous result for Leinster the club and Leinster the province. Difficult place to go and win in the Lawn up in Warringstown, and I believe it was a well-supported weekend. They put on an absolutely super weekend's entertainment up there, looking after the many people who turned up to watch those two games.
Down the hill, Hume turned away to backward square leg, and it'll beat the fielder at long leg. First boundary of the innings off the bat of Tim Tector.
Well, that's a lovely shot, just straying onto his legs, and he clipped it away past the square leg umpire. There is a fielder up on top of the hill, but on this occasion he couldn't make up the distance, and it ran away to the boundary. And a good start for the Leinster Lightning. Two slips in place shows the intent of the Warriors.
And that's gone down to third. Just the single. Ryan Macbeth, the fielder. Steve Doheny behind the stumps, whose batting form in this competition has been excellent so far. Graham Hume, one of Ireland's bowlers, and he'll be hoping in a longer spell to really make some inroads on this strong Leinster Lightning batting order. Leinster Lightning, who have left out Riley Mudford and Mark Donegan from today's matchday squad. They were involved in their last T20 game. Bringing back Harry Tector and Gavin Hoey and Krista Freitas for his debut.
A great opportunity for him as well. Coming into the side. It's other than the debutant, it's a fairly settled side for the Leinster Lightning, although it will be changed by the time they take up the battle against the Munster Reds down in the Mardyke.
Yes, they've decided to pick a quite different squad for Thursday, but we'll talk about that more later on. At the end of the first over, 5 for no wicket. Tector with all 5 runs. He's on strike, and well played over by the Lightning as they hope to set a huge total here on a ground that should see an awful lot of maximums today, particularly down the hill to the right of our camera, where the boundary is only about 48 yards from the wicket.
Well, looks like it'll be Ryan Macbeth from the pavilion end, from the Brigade Club. Himself and his brother both in the Northwest Warriors side today, as they have been most of this season, through the T20s and now the 50 overs.
Of course, maximum of 10 per bowler in this 50 over format. And you might just go through, Craig, the power play rules, which are different for the men's game than the women's.
Well, the first 10 overs.
Yeah,
Well,
first 10 overs, just 2 out. And at the moment, they're both up the hill at third and cover.
Well, Macbeth is going to have to bowl to his field here. He's 2 slips in place, plus, well, that's a 7-2 field. He can't afford to stray onto the legs here at all.
Which is probably why his first delivery went wide outside the off stump. That a little bit more accurate.
But you'll notice we were talking about the underfoot conditions. As that ball went through to Doheny, he'd almost gone too far to his right and had to try and take a step back, and his foot slipped. He was left he managed to stop the ball, and that was fine, but it just shows there is a bit of moisture still in this pitch.
Well, a huge amount of rain has fallen in this area over the last 6 weeks. So the underfoot conditions will be testing. Single there to Timmy Tector, out to cover.
Well, it's a reflection of the weather we've had this summer, with the exceptionally hot June and then exceptionally wet July, that most cricket grounds are looking so lush at the moment.
That's way out there. That would have been straight to McBride at first slip had wicketkeeper Doheny not taken charge.
And again, I think part of this is the pressure that the skipper has put on by giving him a 7-2 field. He's very, very aware he cannot slip onto the leg side of the batsman. That's much better. Bit of a way swing there as well, Stephen.
Yes, and some movement off the pitch, I think. Very interesting ground here in the hills. There's a notable hill which Ryan Macbeth is bowling up. And it's very downhill towards the cameras and down to the right. Good delivery, good length, and left on length by Simi Singh.
Well, Simi, of course, who got injured early on in the season, coming back to what he hopes is good form now. He was around for the T20 festival. It was great to see him back there, and I think he'll enjoy the longer format of the 50 overs.
Solidly played to mid-off. Trent McKeegan coming in quickly and throwing it away over the boundary on the far side. So overthrows for Leinster Lightning, and mistake that from Trent McKeegan. With just 2 on the leg side, there weren't too many players over there to back up that throw.
Well, normally we'd mark and celebrate the first boundary of the day, as Tim Tector did hit that one round to square leg in the first over. But bowler will feel hard done by it. But McKeegan was right to go for the run out. The chance was there. It's just the backing up, unfortunately, wasn't.
And that ends an interesting over with a 5 to Simi Singh. And a couple of wides and a single. So none for 8 for Macbeth after 1. Singh on 5, Tector on 6. 13 for no wicket. Solid start from the Lightning, who need to win today to get themselves back into contention. 4 points for a win, plus a possible bonus point. We won't even bother going into the technicalities of that, probably because Craig and I are so bamboozled we can't work it out ourselves. But yes, that you can get 5 points from a game, and a win for the Lightning today would certainly put them right into the race for this title. Hume to continue from the schoolhouse end. Pushed to point by Singh. No run.
That one didn't seem to get up as much as you'd expect from the length it was bowled at. It seemed to keep a little low. But again, the covers have been on so much this season that any moisture in there is brought to the surface. Provides that slight variable bounce.
Nicely played, just angle bat down to third, where Ryan Macbeth is the fielder. Single to Singh. He moves to 6, 14 for no wicket.
Well, that shot's all about just rotating the strike and keeping the scoreboard ticking over, just dropping it down to third. They know there's a man there, but it's almost a valve to release the pressure. You don't want too many dot balls, so if there's one just there outside off, you can just roll down to third and take your single.
This one straight to point. 7-2 field for Hume as well. 6-3 actually, yes. Just see the long leg now. Round the corner. Long leg and third. The two fielders in the deep. But just a couple in sort of 1.5 and 4.
Yes.
Get Kate is quite wide.
Well, it's always the difficulty when you're fielding in the slips as to how wide can you be without leaving a gap between the two of you. So often you'd see Andy McBride is quite wide there. And on a good day, you'd say they cover the gap between keeper and slip.
Solidly played into the covers where Liam Doherty is the fielder.
But occasionally you get one that just flies off, say a shoulder of the bat can go between that gap. And of course a big week for some of these players. The Indian series starts on Friday. I believe Friday and Sunday are sold out.
That came off the bottom of the bat. Errant stroke from Timmy Tector, but he got away with it. Ball stayed down and he survives on 6. Singh also on 6. 14 for no wicket after 3 overs, and a good solid start from Graham Hume.
Well, that's a very good over. Hume went for 5 in his first over. This one, just that one run that was run down to third man. Finding his rhythm now.
That's one of the features of this longer form of the one-day game. Bowlers can get a rhythm and maybe bowl 4 or even 5 overs in a spell. Oh, that one looked as wide as a couple that were given wide, but this time a dot ball.
Well, Singh I think just waved his bat towards it to show the umpire how wide it was. He was unmoved.
Very quick single taken into the gap between cover and point. Singh quick between the wickets and Tector backing up well.
Well, these two have played together a while now. They trust each other's calling. Just dropped into the offside, take the single. Well,
very good delivery that from Ryan Macbeth.
If Tector left that on length, it was a brave thing to do. It wasn't too far off the top of the stumps. And again, that sort of slight variation in bounce. There's nothing outrageous, but that one just going past.
Oh, and a Chinese cut from Tim Tector up the hill.
Well, that runs
That's
away down to the right.
Boundary for the Leinster Lightning batter, but he'll just be feeling a little bit uncomfortable after those last 2 deliveries from Ryan Macbeth.
Well, this one taking the inside edge. And it could go anywhere. As it was, he got it past the leg stump. Once it was on that hill, nothing was going to stop it reaching the rope. Second boundary for Tector, but not the most convincing of shots.
Some encouragement for Ryan Macbeth. Good delivery, good length, accurate. Again, no run. It's good over this.
Well, Tector must make sure he doesn't get frustrated with himself. He's playing himself in quite nicely. But with, as you say, there's a couple of deliveries early in the over. Doesn't quite look comfortable in the middle yet.
And just wafting at that one as it beat his outside edge. Well bowled Ryan Macbeth, 5 off the over, none for 13 for him, off 2. Tector on 10, Singh on 7, and after 4, 19 for no wicket. Leinster Lightning, in this format where you can build a partnership and make a good steady start. No need to go hammering and everything. Plenty of time remaining, and with wickets in hand, a big score is always on the cards. So it's Graham Hume to continue from the schoolhouse end. That didn't miss the stumps by much. Well left by Singh.
And again, you saw it bouncing in front of the keeper. Not getting up quite as much as to be expected. But Singh leaving that one on length.
Solidly played to mid-on. Persisting with the 6-3 field, Graham Hume. Couple of catchers in. 3 saving a single on the offside. 2 on the leg. And the men out at long leg and third man. And that's well saved by Shane Getgate in that wideish slip stroke gully position.
It's definitely more a gully position. He's not quite on your screen there, but he's the gap between McBrien and Getgate definitely bigger than the gap you see between keeper and McBrien there. So definitely a gully position.
And Simi uses his legs, uses his feet beautifully and hammers it into the trees for a maximum. The first of many today. That won't please Graham Hume. It wasn't a bad delivery.
No, he used his feet so well here. Got himself into the right position. And then after that, it was free his arms, gave himself that room. And it went up into those trees and then came back down. 6 onto the board. As you say, the first big blow today.
Turned backward up square. Fielded by Cameron Melly.
Well, you always got the feeling after that big 6 that Hume wasn't going to give the batsman any more room. Tucked him up on his hip. But Singh still managed to find a gap on the leg side. Just the 3 fielders there. Plenty of room to take those singles.
Solid forward defence from Timmy Tector. And that ends Graham Hume's 3rd over. 12 runs have come off the bat. Tector on 10, Singh on 13. They'll both feel like they're settling in now and hoping to have a big partnership to get this Leinster Lightning innings going. 26 for no wicket after 5 overs.
Well, it's part of their job to see off the opening bowlers. And so far, they've seen 3 from Hume. And this will now be the 3rd from Macbeth. And it'll be interesting to see when McBride makes his first change. Of course, he's still got Craig Young with pace.
Trent McKeegan, oh, great stop at cover point by Scott Macbeth. Super fielding there. That one was well hit by Singh.
Certainly seemed to come flying off the bat. It's got a good bit of pace onto that ball, but fielding by Scott Macbeth. Superb diving to his right, getting down, his hands down to the ball.
Yeah, Trent McKeegan, the seam bowler, has been brought into the side today in the absence of Cian Robertson, who very unluckily dislocated his shoulder while bowling for Instonians at the weekend. And he'll be a loss, a very good spin bowler. This one played straight to point off a shortish delivery, no run.
Yeah, that's a dreadful shame for Robertson, because he had come to the fore. He looked so good certainly in the T20 festival down in the Mardyke, and then the festival up in Sydney Parade, home of Pembroke. So that must be absolutely gutting for him to have sustained such an injury, and that's probably his season over.
Could be mid-August. Hard to see him recovering from an injury like that. Interprovincial season, of course, will be completed in the first week of September, when we travel to Breedy and the Ward for 3 matches to conclude this Rario 50 over series. Northern Knights with their hands on the first trophy of the season from the T20s. Good over from Ryan Macbeth so far. He's really settling into a nice rhythm here. Getting plenty of lift.
Yes, he's bowled very well. He was at one stage with his forced by his captain to be bowling down that off field.
Not quite timed that time by Singh, but he gets the single. He moves along to 14. Bringing Timmy Tector on strike. Both batters not really freeing their arms yet and seeing the ball with any assurance. It's been a good start for the Northwest Warriors, but no wickets so far. Nice delivery. Great length. Tector didn't know whether to go back or forward. And at the end of the 6th over, 27 for no wicket, Tector on 10, Singh on 14, and Macbeth's 3 overs have cost 14. That last one, the best of the 3.
Well, it's a very good, solid opening from the Northwest Warriors. They've been bowling there or thereabouts. The Leinster Lightning batsmen, well, they don't look too comfortable. They haven't settled in too much, but you also imagine that at this stage they've both reached double figures. Scoreboard ticking along quite nicely. They're just looking to see off the openers, and it looks like a change of bowling at the schoolhouse end.
Craig Young coming into the attack. Well pitched up, solidly played to mid-off, no run. Simi Singh seems the happier of the 2 batters so far, getting more of the strike, but playing solidly. Well, he was charging down the wicket there, but Didn't quite go according to plan. Young dropping it in a little shorter.
But this is when Singh is at his best, when his feet are moving. He's showing the bowler something new, give him something to think about, not let him settle into his first over. Already seeing Singh come down the track to him.
Smart fielding in the covers there by Liam Doherty. Same field for Craig Young as there was for Graham Hume. 6-3, still a couple of catchers in. They seem to have their plan. Skipper Andy McBride. He should get a lengthy bowl today in the absence of Robertson. Nicely turned by Singh, just backward of square, but only a single. Trent McKeegan doing the boundary duty out there.
Well, Leinster Lightning would be glad to have seen the end of Hume's spell. Just 3 overs bowled in this first spell for him.
And that's edged straight to Getgate in the gully. Timmy Tactor will have to go. The first wicket picked up by Craig Young at the start of his spell today, and Northwest Warriors probably deserved that wicket. They've bowled well so far.
Well, it's a dejected and disappointed Tector that's walking from the middle. But that's the breakthrough the Northwest Warriors were looking for. And the way that Tector was looking back down the pitch after his dismissal suggests that it caught the seam, or there was a bit of movement. It just went off, took the edge of the bat, flew across to Getgate. He took a fine catch. And that's the end of Tector for 10.
And the incoming batter making his debut for Leinster Lightning is Chris De Freitas. Batting at number 3. Plays his club cricket with Balbriggan, not too far away from here. And coming in to join Simi Singh, who is another local lad, if you will, from North County.
Well, Chris De Freitas making his Lightning debut today. Coming into the side. He's been there or thereabouts, has done such good work for Balbriggan over the last couple of years, last couple of seasons. He's been, I suppose, on the edge of selection for the Lightning. Left-handed, taking a middle guard. Well, you can see the fielders come in a bit closer. They know he's on his debut. The nerves will be jangling a little bit. He'll be looking to get off the mark as soon as possible.
Third and long leg, still the outfielders. And that wonderful delivery from Young beats the outside edge of De Freitas. Terrific over from Craig Young. 1 for 1 after his first over. De Freitas yet to score. Singh on 15, 28 for 1 after 7 overs. And the Leinster Lightning's solid start has been broken. And it remains to be seen if Northwest Warriors can make some more inroads with these relatively new balls on a day where it's quite damp, coolness in the air, bit of moisture in the pitch. Good toss to win, you would imagine. That one looked pretty wide. Singh looking at the umpire with incredulity and still chuntering away, wondering how that wasn't called a wide.
Well, just going back to De Freitas, making his debut for the Leinster Lightning, as I said, but you have to be, well, he has to be delighted to get that first ball out of the way. But it was an excellent ball by Young to welcome him into provincial cricket, showing him there's maybe a bit of a gap between club cricket and into provincial.
Are you a little surprised that with Harry Tector and Lorcan Tucker in the side that Leinster Lightning didn't maybe drop De Freitas down to 5 or 6? Good solid shot again from Simi Singh, beating the dive of Doherty. Just a single.
Well, to answer your question, I kind of like the fact they've shown their faith in him. If you're good enough to come into the team, you're good enough to go straight in at number 3. And it's a sort of vote of confidence as opposed to him coming into the side and being slipped in a bit lower, perhaps, or whatever the situation may be. I mean, when it was the T20 Festival, we saw Riley Modford coming in at number 3, and he was a huge success. And this is the role that Chris De Freitas is coming into now, albeit in the longer format of the game. So no, I'm delighted that he's come in, and I'd say he's pleased as well. There's nothing worse than being on debut and sat on the sidelines waiting and waiting and waiting, never knowing when you're going to go in. At least if you're number 3, you're there padding up with the openers as well, and you've had a chat with them, and it just gives you something to concentrate on rather than thinking about your debut.
Well, that was a good confident shot he played there, straight to Doherty in the covers. Getcate quickly off the mark from Gully to cut that one off. And keeping De Freitas on strike. Another very good over from Ryan Macbeth.
He's having a very good season, Ryan Macbeth. Playing so well for the Warriors and for his club brigade.
Solidly played to mid-off. Jared Wilson, the fielder, and the end of an excellent Ryan Macbeth over, which went for just 1 run. De Freitas stays on 0, Singh on 16, and after 8, 29 for 1. That run rate dropping a little, but there's plenty of time for Leinster Lightning to reignite this innings.
Well, the run rate at the moment, not that vital to the Leinster Lightning. It's wickets. If you can carry a bunch of wickets into those last 20 overs, you can certainly more than double your score, I think, with an assault at the end.
So Craig Young, wicket in his first over, the wicket of Tector, now coming in for his second, and it's edged through Getgate, but there is a covering fielder at the boundary. Ryan Macbeth. Singh gets the single, and it brings De Freitas on strike.
Well, Getgate was unlucky there. That one bouncing in front of him made it very difficult, because his first thought would have been the catch, then it's the stop, and on this occasion it just burst through his hands. But again, Young causing problems finding the edge of the bat.
Plays and misses. De Freitas beaten outside his off stump by another fine delivery from Young.
Well, that was one where the bat came through and it was the bottom of the bat hitting the ground that provided the noise. And that's what brought this appeal, albeit a short. There was a noise, but it certainly wasn't bat on ball.
That's well run, but is it danger? Ooh, he was very close to being out there had the stumps been broken. Quick single, These two not messing about, and he gets off the mark. A very important first run for Chris de Freitas at interprovincial level. That'll make him feel a little bit better about himself.
Of course, de Freitas coming to the middle in place of Tim Tector does mean there's a left and right combination at the wicket, and it will mean an awful lot of field changes for the Northwest Warriors if they're going to take their singles inside the circle like that.
Another good delivery from Young. Trapping Singh on the crease.
Not only trapping, putting him down. Standing 8 count, I think, required.
Player who's had his injury problems this season, happily back, fully fit now. Down the leg side, always a wide in this format of the game.
Well, I had the privilege of commentating on a Pilkington Cup game on Saturday, and at 50 overs there were 40 wides. Certainly won't expect to see something like that here today.
Simi Singh flashing hard, but not getting near that delivery. That lifted off a short length and beat him again. Very positive batting from Singh, looking for that big hit over the offside again.
I think he's got something against a particular tree on that side, because that's where he's aiming each time.
Played down solidly to point. No run. And a fine over again from Craig Young, who's keeping the pressure up. 1 for 4 off his 2 overs. Ryan Macbeth about to come in for his 5th over on the spin. A good battle between these two sides so far. Evenly matched. Met each other in the second game of this Rario 50 over series back in May. And on that occasion, Leinster were the winners by 3 wickets, batting second, having won the toss in Breedy. And they'll be hoping to repeat that success today on home soil, you could say. Nicely turned off his hip by de Freitas. Hume, the fielder, on the boundary.
Andy McBrien's going to be faced with the decision at the end of this over. Be the end of the power play. Fielding restrictions slightly less restrictive. It'll be interesting to see whether he continues to attack or moves into a more defensive run-saving mode.
Lovely delivery again from Macbeth. He's found that outside edge on several occasions. So far, no luck for him.
He's found a good line and length from this, the pavilion end. This is his 5th over. He's done a super job for his captain and for his team.
Another well-taken single. And the overthrows again. Well, Liam Doherty had a flash at the stumps there, trying to run de Freitas out. 5 runs will go to Simi Singh for the second time in this innings.
Well, the fielders are making a mess of Macbeth's figures, aren't they? That's the second 5 we've seen, both of them from his bowling. Take 10 off his figures and 0 for 11 off
4.4.
4.4 would look most excellent.
Look at the hangdog look.
Oh,
You don't blame him, really. The exuberance of youth in the field. McKeegan first and now Doherty. Costing Macbeth a lot. Nicely turned to mid-wicket. De Freitas looks like he's settling in nicely, seeing the ball.
well, the first and most important thing, he doesn't look out of place. He doesn't look like somebody on their debut, taking a big step up from club cricket.
Oh, that's come off the leading edge and very luckily got away from Scott Macbeth at point. Just the single for De Freitas, but very unlucky Ryan Macbeth, you'd have to say, yet again. At the end of the power play, the first 10 overs gone. Singh on 22, De Freitas on 3. It's 39 for 1. And Ryan Macbeth, the unlucky bowler.
Well, he's toiled away. They've all been economical. Young it is who made the breakthrough in his first over. But again, you can see just how the Leinster Lightning are sort of accumulating their runs. They haven't gone after any particular bowler. And now the sight screen to be moved. That's the left-handed De Freitas. We'll have Craig Young coming round the wicket to him. But his heart would have been in his mouth for that previous shot, just for a moment as it came off the leading edge and ballooned away on the offside. He was fortunate no fielder was close enough.
Just 13 runs for 1 wicket off the last 5 overs, including that overthrow. So it's been a really good effort from the Northwest Warriors. And that may be a little inside edge onto the paths. The different angle of attack here. Young starting off bowling at De Freitas across him. This time he'll be angling it in and hoping to move it away a little down the hill. That's nicely played up the hill. McKeegan is on the boundary. So another single to De Freitas, who goes to 4. Singh on 22, 40 for 1. Does slow down the over rate quite considerably when there's a lefty and a righty together.
Well, when you're working with a 6-3 field, there's an awful lot of fielders who are having to change sides.
And he bowls him! Superb delivery from Young. Beats Simi Singh neck and crop, and he has to go, bowled by Young, who gets his second wicket in the 11th over. Singh out for 22, and the Lightning 40 for 2.
Well, Young will be delighted with that, finally getting through the defences of Singh as he walks off. 2 down, 40 runs on the board. What a fine delivery this was. Young is bowling with pace. And as you can see, with accuracy, crashing into the off stump, removing the bails.
And to the wicket comes Ireland's Harry Tector, one of the great stars of Irish cricket these days, who's been playing for Gloucester for the last few weeks. Back today, though, to represent his province.
The life of a professional cricketer.
Indeed. little bit of batting practice today before playing with the Irish team, he hopes, next weekend against India. And a big contribution needed from him now, with the Lightning tottering a little bit, you'd have to say, because, you know, they've had a fortunate run with the overthrows, etc. It could so easily be 30 for 2. And this just the 11th over. Craig Young will be chomping here as he comes in to bowl to Harry Tector. Solidly behind it. No run.
Well, one of these things is that they do want the best playing the best. And they're certainly getting that now with Craig Young bowling to Harry Tector.
Terrific bowling so far from Craig Young. 2 for 5 in his 3rd over. And he's trapped young Tector on the pads there. And every player in the Northwest Warriors team went up for an appeal.
Umpire unmoved.
Unmoved, indeed. Let's see this one again. Well, you'd have to say, caught him in front, pretty adjacent.
Well, I think the umpire decided it had moved and was moving down past the leg stump, but it's certainly one that you feel the Northwest would have been looking for a review of that.
And Harry Tector just using his feet there, but straight to Doherty in the covers. The end of a wonderful over from Craig Young. 2 for 5 off 3. He's been the bowling star so far. Tector and De Freitas needing to rebuild this Leinster Lightning innings. De Freitas on 4. Tector yet to score. 40 for 2 off 11. There's going to be a change here now. Ryan Macbeth coming off, and it's Graham Hume who's going to resume from the clubhouse end.
With the help that the quicker bowlers have got from the wicket so far, no surprise to see Hume coming back, this time from the pavilion end, replacing Macbeth. Good to have, as a captain, to have 3 such bowlers. We'll take them around.
And that's signalled a wide, and it's going to go for 4. Not the best of starts for Graham Hume on his second spell. A lot of movement off the pitch there.
There is this movement, and you wonder for how many overs will the ball continue to swing. The cloud cover dissipating now. Various shades of blue above us.
Better delivery that time. Nicely turned into mid-wicket by De Freitas for a single. Bringing Harry Tector on strike. Harry Tector, whose record so far in this series hasn't been the best, although of course he is distracted by bigger events elsewhere, playing for Ireland, playing for his county. But he's only scored a 1 and a 3 in the 2 matches of this 50-over series this year. He'll be determined to make his mark today.
Like nothing better than a big score going into that India series.
And flashed, and he's out, caught behind. Wonderful delivery from Graham Hume. Just tempting Tector to go for the big one. And Leinster Lightning's brightest star is walking back to the pavilion, and they are 3 for 46 in the 12th over.
Well, that certainly isn't what the Leinster Lightning wanted to see. Tector. Well, Hume has bowled well today. In the wide, the ball before, but then slipped back into the groove. Got the right length. Tector got an edge. He didn't even look to the umpire. He knew. 3 wickets down with just 46 on the board. The Warriors are going to be delighted with their start. Lorcan Tucker now making his way out to the middle. Coming in at number 5.
Leinster Lightning's wicketkeeper. Experienced player. They really need to hunker down here, Leinster Lightning. Well, this match could get away from them, although they have a very strong batting lineup.
Well, they do bat a long way down, and they have some big bats later on. But again, they're going to need a stand if they're to post a big score. There's just too many wickets falling. 7th, 11th and 12th overs. They'd made a decent start. Aided, one has to say, by some of the fielding. As you say, 10 runs in overthrows.
So still the 2 catchers in, as you would expect in the 12th over. And Tector just letting it go. Good length delivery again. 2 hugely experienced Ireland international bowlers. And they have something to prove here, coming to Leinster to maybe improve their position at the top of the Rario 50 over table. Straight to mid-wicket where Melly is the fielder.
Well, as you can see on your screen, each of the players attached to a shadow as the sun shines. Lovely blue sky above us. Just a scattering of clouds around the place. But at the moment, what a lovely day for a game of cricket.
And the outfield drying out. It was very damp at 10:30 this morning. Getting better all the time. Really excellent conditions for batting. Wicket's a little bit slow, but then that's been the way of it for the last few weeks in Irish cricket.
Yes, I think every wicket in the country a little bit slower than would have been had the weather been better in July. Changing the field, mid-wicket going out to the fence.
And that's edged between McBride and Getcate, and away to the boundary for a 4. Tucker gets off the mark, but not with his usual aplomb.
Well, it's a boundary. It counts as 4 runs, but it's not quite the shot Tucker was looking to play. It was a bit uppish, but he did find the gap, and it ran away to the boundary. And he's off the mark.
That's the end of Hume's 4th over. 1 for 22, that very important wicket of Harry Tector. And really, Andy McBride, with all the aces in his pack, 50 for 3 after 12 overs. Young steaming in down the hill. 2 for 5 off his first 3. Just feel the air is warming up here. This might, like most in this series, have been a very good toss to win. Andy McBride calling correctly at the toss. and having absolutely no hesitation. 2 slips in a gully now for De Freitas. And beaten outside the off stump. Another fine delivery. Craig Young continuing his excellence down that hill.
Just in other cricket news, I see that Stephen Finn has announced his retirement from cricket. Probably most famously known for changing the laws of the game. It was his constant knocking off the bails at the bowler's end that led to a change in the laws of the game, and that now becomes a no ball if the bowler knocks off those bails. The Stephen Finn rule. Well, he was a fine player for Middlesex in England, and we wish him well in his retirement, but there aren't too many who can say they've changed the game.
De Freitas taking a quick single, just nudging that to mid-wicket. He moves to 6 of 17 deliveries, Tucker on 4. The right-left combination continues, so lots of shifting in the field as Andy McBride keeps the pressure up here.
Every time they take a single, it looks like the foyer at Houston Station with a train coming in, and it's just people crossing left, right and centre as they go to their other fielding position.
Past the power play, but the Northwest Warriors still with just 2 on the boundary. Oh, wonderful delivery. Left outside the off stump. Tucker beaten again.
There was an edge on there. It flew away, bounced in front of McBride. Doheny couldn't get there from the keeper, but there was a definite edge there. Tucker fortunate to still be in the middle. And what a battle this is. One of Ireland's premier bowlers up against one of Ireland's premier batsmen. Young nearly had his man there.
And again, edged once more, and this time put down by Stephen Doheny in consecutive deliveries. Well, Craig Young must be wondering, where have the cricket gods gone? Because he should be 3 for 6. Instead, it's 2 for 6 after 4. Tucker survives miraculously.
Well, after the previous ball had taken a fine edge and just dropped in front of McBride, this one far simpler chance, straight through to the keeper. It just came out of his hands, fingers pointing downwards as he went to take that. Tucker survives again. Well, Young will be most disappointed. 2 edges in the over, neither one taken behind the wickets. And the Leinster Lightning, a big sigh of relief.
And it doesn't get any easier with Graham Hume continuing from the clubhouse end. Couple of runs there for De Freitas. Moves him to 8. Seems to be an awful lot in this wicket for the bowlers.
Well, Craig
and they
Young
are doing extremely well.
Craig Young certainly getting a lot of movement. Very hard to get away. Such a good pace as well. Hume from the pavilion end now.
Solidly played by De Freitas.
Well, it appears to me that any nerves that De Freitas carried out to the middle with him on his debut have dissipated. Having watched your partner just edge 2 past the stumps, could be thinking that he's got a job to do here.
Oh, a little bit uppish. Didn't quite carry to Cameron Melly at square leg. And it's gone for 4. So first boundary for De Freitas. And Leinster Lightning moved to 55 for 3.
Well, he tried to clip that one off his legs, and it just got up a little bit. Somewhat fortunate, I'd say, that the fielder is standing on the hill and is probably a couple of feet higher than the batsman. If it had been down the hill, one might suggest that would have been an easier catch. But De Freitas gets away with it, got the boundary. He's made double figures now. But you do get the feeling that Northwest Warriors are on top at the moment.
Massively on top. And there's a fantastic enthusiasm running through every player in their side. Still with a slip and a gully in this 14th over of the innings. Hume into his 5th over now. Well outside the off stump, and a strange shot from De Freitas. Just didn't seem to move his feet sufficiently to get into line.
Seemed to be taken by surprise at just how wide that one was. Ended up throwing his bat at it. And of course, lost any timing he may have been hoping to carry into the shot. Just played it back to the bowler.
Getgate quickly, sprightly onto the ball from Gully. The end of another solid Hume over. Almost picked up the wicket from that boundary to mid-wicket. 1 for 28 off 5. 57 for 3 after 14. De Freitas on 12, Tucker on 4. Northwest Warriors with their tails up. Leinster Lightning need a partnership here. Craig Young is going to continue. 2 for 6 off 4 overs.
Well, this will mean that Brian has used Young, Hume and Macbeth each for 5 overs.
Turned away to long leg, just the single.
Is he using too much of his frontline resources at this stage in pursuit of taking out the Leinster Lightning middle order? Is he going to regret this later on, that he doesn't have more overs to go back to?
Well, we shall see.
These are interesting questions that are posed throughout the cricket match. As De Freitas facing up to Craig Young now.
Solidly played and well stopped by Doherty in the covers. No run.
He's been quite busy there in the covers, as Doherty, doing a good job. Well, we're into 2 slips and a gully now for De Freitas. Young's tail is certainly up, 2 for 7.
De Freitas solidly in behind that one. You do sense that batting will get easier with the clouds dispersing and lovely blue sky overhead. And whatever moisture there is in the wicket drying out as the day goes on.
Well, both captains would have bowled first.
Young round the wicket to the left-hander. Solidly played through the covers by De Freitas. Left-handers always look so elegant when they play a cover drive. And that will give him a lot of confidence.
Well, he's bringing his club form into his interprovincial debut. He's not overawed. He's seen himself through a tricky time at the start. And now given that slight bit of room, punish that one through the covers, and that will make him feel a lot better.
2 slips in a gully for De Freitas, though. Ooh, that wasn't far away from the blade. Beating De Freitas outside his off stump. Another fine delivery from Craig Young.
This has been a fine spell from Young.
We'll surely see Trent McKeegan soon, another seam bowler for the Northwest Warriors. And of course Andy McBride. And that's the end of the 15th over. 62 for 3 the score. Young with 2 for 11 off his 5 overs. Tucker on 5, De Freitas on 16. Graham Hume is going to continue from this pavilion end. He bowled 3 overs in his first spell, none for 12. This is 3rd over of his second spell to Lorcan Tucker, who's on strike. Plenty of time for Leinster Lightning. They just need to stop the bleeding, as it were. Those 3 wickets going relatively quickly and really taking the momentum out of their attempts here to probably set a target somewhere around 300. It's a small ground here at the Hills. Some precious few boundaries so far, though. Good delivery. Dropped in short when he saw Tucker using his feet to try and get to the pitch of the ball.
I think we've seen 1 6 3 4s and 2 overthrows, and that's the only times the balls have gone over the boundary.
Slightly more 4s, but you're right, there's been very few boundaries.
But it's to be expected at the moment. The Leinster Lightning are rebuilding. Last wicket fell at 46. So these two just establishing themselves. Lorcan Tucker, who's made such massive strides with his batting over the last couple of years.
He's already 5 for 2, if you will, having been dropped in on consecutive deliveries. And you can see the respect he's paying to Graham Hume here.
I think those 2 edges behind the stumps, big wake-up call for Tucker, and it's forced him to reassess. Now he's just looking to, I think he's looking to just see off Hume as much as anything else at the moment. Still plenty of overs to go, another 34 after this one.
Great accuracy from Hume. Can he complete the maiden here? That's the question. Maidens slightly more common in this format of the game. They're like hen's teeth in the 20 over variety. And again, the lift, the respect shown by Tucker. The end of another wonderful over from Graham Hume. 6 overs now, 1 for 28. Fine maiden that. Tucker stays on 5. De Freitas on 16. And after 16 overs, I think we're going to have a drinks break. So join us in a few minutes when we resume this Leinster Lightning innings. Welcome back to the hills out north, County Dublin, near the town of Skerries, and it's Northwest Warriors who had the best of the first session at drinks. 16 overs bowled, 62 for 3, and it's Ryan Macbeth going to bowl from the schoolhouse end for the first time to Chris de Freitas. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary and wide, signalled by umpire Mark Hawthorne. So 5 added to the score, and for Leinster Lightning, every run counts.
Certainly does. They want to put up an imposing total here. Gets scoreboard pressure onto the Northwest Warriors in that second innings. But at the moment, as you say, Warriors on top, on the hunt for more wickets.
Well outside the off stump, Steve Dohney, who dropped Lorcan Tucker just after he was dropped by Andy McBride in consecutive deliveries off the bowling of Craig Young, having a little bit of trouble behind the stumps today. Nice shot by de Freitas. Little misfield from Scott Macbeth. Unfortunately for the Warriors, there was somebody backing up there. It was Jared Wilson. Otherwise it could have been another bunch of overthrows. We've already had 2 5s in the inning, both to Simi Singh.
Well, helmet coming on for the keeper. He's going to stand up to the stumps now to Macbeth. They obviously feel that Tucker, they want to keep him in his crease. Just to go back to those 2 that Tucker did edge behind the stumps previously, one of them bounced in front of Andy McBride. It wasn't so much a drop catch as just a missed opportunity.
Flicked away by Tucker, and Doherty on the boundary has done really well to save a few runs there. Just a single to the Ireland international, and it's 68 for 3, 69 for 3 rather.
Super shot from Tucker, clipping it off his legs, but Doherty doing some fine work on the sidelines, just parrying the ball, keeping it in the field and saving 3 runs.
Lovely, warm, sunny day in Milverton. If any of you are in the mind to come down and watch some excellent interprovincial cricket. A little bit uppish again from de Freitas, this time straight to the fielder Doherty. Single moves him on to 18.
A little bit uppish with that shot, more so than he would have wanted. But he saw the width on the ball, threw his arms at it, rather than taking the step across, and just pushed it out on his offside for that single. There's that variable bounce again. It's just not getting up as high for the bowlers coming in at the schoolhouse end, and it's causing a little bit of difficulty.
Well, Ryan Macbeth bowled 5 very accurate overs from settling
at the pavilion end of the day.
Graham Hume completing his second spell of 3 overs. 6 overs for Hume, 1 for 28. Ryan Macbeth, none for 30 off his 6. And Craig Young, the most successful of the Northwest Warriors batters, with 2 for 11 off. And that's well down the leg side. And signalled as such by 71 for 3 now for right edge to the man at mid-wicket. The man making his debut, the settle into his innings. He's on 6.
Picked up another 2.
Wouldn't be surprised now to see Lorcan Tucker try and take on Trent McKeegan.
Bit of a delay.
Very much the fourth bowler in this seam attack. Yeah, problem for Doheny. He hasn't looked his usual assured self today. You might remember right back at the beginning of the match when there was a lot of moisture on the ground. He was losing his footing a little bit. Very important part of Northwest Warriors' batting attack.
He seems to have damaged something on his left hand. He doesn't look overly comfortable putting the glove back on now.
And there's a bit of a swat from Tucker down the hill and running away for 4. Not the best of shots, but he gets the boundary, and that makes it 78 for 3, and Tucker moves into double figures.
On this occasion, it's a big swinging bat with a big follow-through, and although he didn't quite get the middle of the bat.
Good delivery from McKeegan, good comeback from him. Cutting.
Yes, it'd be important for McKeegan bowlers, Hume, Macbeth and Young.
But it won't carry.
He's going to use all the bat, inside edges, outside edges. But De Freitas, I've been very impressed with.
The end.
Stage, it was the loss of those 3 wickets. Simi Singh and Harry Tector all back in the hutch. But these two starting to rebuild now for the Leinster Lightning.
Macbeth in for his 7th over. Straight to Hume in the covers for no run.
And
solid shot through the covers. Elegant again from his teammates in the... Ryan Macbeth in his 7th over now. Slower delivery, calmly played to point. Picks up the single. Score moves to try and rescue what looked a difficult situation at 62 for 3. 46 for 3 rather, when Harry Tector, a good rebuild. Played late by Tector to point, but Scott Macbeth is onto it quickly. Getting my T's mixed up. Too fine leg. Nice ramp from Tucker. Getting into position quickly. And another bound.
magic tricks coming out of the for an opposing captain. How do you set a field when he can hit 365 degrees? 365, and it's very hard.
Have a field set with delivery. Getting a lot of bounce there out of what isn't a very hard track. Slow bounce, it has to be said. Makes it difficult for the batters.
We see it keeping a bit low here at the pavilion end. This occasion just punched out to the mid-wicket boundary.
Just to 26.
Now for Trent McKeegan. The batsman changed end. Only one man on the boundary. Point boundary, square leg boundary. Field now.
And as a batter, that does take the pressure off a little when there's no catchers in. And that was a well-taken single by Tucker. Just dropping it down, and De Freitas very happy to scamper the quick single. McKeegan, the fourth seamer. We haven't yet seen spin in the bowling attack. Oh, good delivery. De Freitas hanging his bat out to dry, and that didn't miss it by much. The pitch of the ball and pushed it through the covers, through the wide mid-off for 4. Second over rather.
Now.
just beginning to look like it is drying out, and it's Andy McBride coming on, the 5th bowler for the Warren.
Just keeping to him as we get to the closing end. Craig Young.
4 out here for Tucker, 3 on the leg side, and a deep mid-off. And just 5 inside the circle now on the 1. Oh, that was... Did he get a touch on that? That would have been...
Well, he did. He got a hand to it.
That could have been a very
Embarrassing.
unlucky dismissal for De Freitas, who does like to back up. He's a quick runner between the wickets. This should be a good contest. Little reverse sweep from Tucker, but it's straight to McKeegan, fielding it. Shortish third inside the circle. It's a shortish fine leg, 45 degrees really. That's punched nicely to deep mid-on for a single. And that's the 50 partnership. 96 for 3. These two came together at 46, with the Lightning in a little bit of bother, but De Freitas on 25, Tucker on 17, and a healthy number of extras has helped push the score. And a fine 50 partnership between these two. Another single there to De Freitas.
It was exactly what the Leinster Lightning needed. They didn't really mind too much about the run rate itself. These two together, milking McBride for singles off those last 3 balls.
A good opening over from the Northwest Warriors skipper. 3 coming from it. And McKeegan will continue from the pavilion end. You just get the feeling that this that Tucker gave gone.
Well, with McBride bringing himself on, we've now seen
Garrett Wilson. Good quick single taken there by Tucker.
Well, he took on Doherty fielding.
.30 of 30 deliveries now. He's caught up
In that short, certainly by
and turned again to De Freitas.
slight acceleration, even in this rebuilding phase. Does like that shot.
Great lesson for any young batter.
And
36 now.
he appears to be placing those in the field as well. He's cutting up those 2 fielders, neither one of them really having a chance to get to that or to the previous one.
This time no run as Doherty runs in from cover. And at the end of McKeegan's 3rd over, it's 109 for 3 off 22. That over going for 11 runs. McKeegan now none for 25. And now it's Chan. Andy McBride to continue from the schoolhouse end. First over went for 3.
Yeah, he started off very well, and then the Leinster Lightning batsman just started to just find gaps, take the singles.
There's another one to Tucker. Get Kate out on the deep square leg boundary.
And it's good play for Leinster as well, because you're not letting McBride settle into a line when he has to keep adjusting it for the left-hander, right-hander the whole time.
And that's solidly played to mid-on. 5. Which is the better conditions. Drier outfield. And a wicket that probably won't be giving so much help to the bowlers. That one bowled from a little bit wider on the crease, but still the single for De Freitas. 43 for him now.
What seems to be a deliberate...
The umpire moves his finger, but no.
Confusing making
Indeed.
a decision, but on this occasion...
This is just his second match in this. Tucker moves to 22. De Freitas on 43. 5 off that latest McBride over, and
he'd be very happy at having just gone for 4 and over his 2 overs. But and then I think we might see a bit more action in the second 25 with the ball and the bat.
he goes to 24.
Particularly fluidly, keeping the two of them moving along.
Variety of this 4 takes him to 27, the score to 120 for 3. And the run rate for the first time is over 5.
Oh, Tucker punching that one down the ground. Not the clean hit he would have wanted, but he got enough of it, and that was the important thing for him.
Andy McBride and Trent McKeegan just having a little chat before he bowls this next delivery. Perhaps McKeegan looking for some cover on the boundary straight. For Tucker, who I think has seen enough. And you're welcome back to the Hills for this Rario 50 over match between Leinster Lightning and the Northwest Warriors. Our apologies for the poor internet signal, which unfortunately caused a slight curtailment of this broadcast. But since you were last with us, one wicket has fallen. Krista Freitas was stumped. Doheny bowled Scott Macbeth, and it's Macbeth who is continuing from the pavilion end and bowling some very good spin into his 4th over now, 1 for 14. Tucker, as you can see, has moved on to 75 off 60, and George Dockrell, the Leinster Lightning skipper, has come to the crease. And he's going to get off the mark here with a little push to mid-off with a double misfield by the Warriors, giving him a couple of runs. So Dockrell on his way. Craig?
Most unfortunate for De Freitas that when he comes back to review this footage, that his maiden half-century on debut was down during our break in service. But then again, I suppose he also will miss his own dismissal.
Came charging down the wicket to Doheny, who has bowled very well. Lovely. Macbeth, rather, Scott Macbeth, who's bowled really well. He's got lots of variety. Holds one back, pushes one through. The batter's never quite sure what's coming next.
Well, changing the field now. Mid-off becomes long off. Graham Hume filling that role.
George Dockrell circumspect so far, just 2 off 12 deliveries, which is snail's pace for him. Tucker, 75 off 60, has been superb in the last few overs after a very shaky start to his innings. And there, Scott Macbeth completing his 4th over, 1 for 16, 177 for 4, and a big total possible here if the Lightning can keep their wickets intact.
Well, Tucker, he looked uncertain and unsure at the beginning of his innings. He had 2 deliveries in a row. He got edges behind the stumps. One fell short of slip and the other fell from the keeper's gloves. But after that initial period, he suddenly clicked into gear and seemed to be seeing the ball a lot better. And in fact, at one stage he took 20 off an over. That really got him up and running.
Craig Young back into the attack from the schoolhouse end. This is 7th over. He's been the best bowler for the Warriors so far. Being brought back to try and break this partnership of Ireland internationals. Dockrell scampering through there, and Doherty wasn't too far away from the stumps. Would have been interesting had it hit.
Direct hit, I think, would have had George Dockrell on his way. Probably hit that just too firmly to the fielder. Thought he had more time than he did to get through for the single, but the throw was astray.
Turned off the hip, might have come off the body rather than the bat, this one. Yeah, leg by. Moved the score to 180 for 4 in the 33rd over. The Warriors will be relieved that Tucker isn't on strike, and every ball that he isn't on strike, because right now he's seeing it big. But Dockrell, of course, we know how dangerous he can be. It's the kind of wicket where you really have to play yourself in. You can't just go gung-ho from the start. There is something in it still for the bowlers, and McBride has come into gully now for Dockrell, who lets that Craig Young delivery go through to wicketkeeper Stephen Doheney.
Quite a short delivery from Young, but still didn't get up tremendously high. But high enough that Dockrell just let it go past. You can see Young is really bending his back here, bowling at a good pace.
And that's driven over the covers for 4. One bounce into the fence from Dockrell. Lent into that one.
Well, it just goes to show you cannot give George Dockrell that width outside off stump. He absolutely loves that as soon as he sees it. Lovely pose. Down on one knee, lifted away, and that's a super boundary.
Missed the rope by just a few inches. Almost carried the whole way for 6, but boundary to him takes him to 7. Tucker on 76. Played firmly to mid-off, so no single. And the end of Young's 7th over. Just 3 left for him now. 6 runs coming from it. There's the card, catching up with what we might have missed. De Freitas stumped Doheney, Bowl Macbeth for 50 off 65 deliveries. A really assured innings by an excellent young player who's come into the side today for his debut. And Tucker sailing along, 76 off 62 deliveries.
Well, the Leinster Lightning got off to a fairly decent start, but then you can see after that opening stand of 28, short partnership, Singh then falling. He was bowled by Young, and well, Harry Tector, he came down the track and just tried to lift one, but it's that big century stand, Tucker and De Freitas, that has put the Lightning where they are now.
Craig Young, the pick of the Northwest Warriors bowlers, with 2 for 22 off his 7. A wicket 2 for Hume and Macbeth. A lot of seam used so far, but Brian has bowled a few. Scott Macbeth has bowled 4 good overs. We're having a drinks break here in Milverton, the hills, and there's the fine view of a beautiful summer sky in North County Dublin. We'll be back shortly with the completion of the Lightning innings. And you're welcome back to Milverton, home of the Hills Cricket Club, just a few miles from Skerries in North County Dublin, on a beautiful sunny day. And we've had precious few of those in the last 6 weeks. This old ground looking an absolute picture. And home to today's Rario Interprovincial Cup 50-over match between Leinster Lightning in the blue against the Northwest Warriors in the green. The Warriors won the toss and elected to bowl, which has been the way of it for all 7 matches in this 50-over series. They made a very good start. Leinster Lightning 46 for 3. But the home side have fought back, and at 184 for 4 with 17 overs to go, we're ready for the onslaught.
Well, the Lightning probably would have preferred to have another wicket or two stay in the hutch, but now is the time. 17 overs remaining, 6 wickets in hand. Lorcan Tucker well set on 76, having been given a life earlier on, very early in his innings.
Solidly played through the covers for 4. He moves to 80, off just 64 deliveries.
This is a super shot, just leans into it, plays it out, finds the gap, doesn't even consider the single. He knew it was a boundary straight away.
10 fours and 2 sixes in this knock so far. The run rate healthy enough, 5.61. The conditions, of course, are a lot harder when they started the innings, but it's a good time to be a batter right now. Pushed to mid-on for a single. Wilson, the fielder, he hasn't bowled yet today. So far, Andy McBrien has used 6 bowlers. Into the gap in the covers. Getgate, the fielder. 1 run to Dockrell. Pushes him to 8. Tucker back on strike. That's very good fielding by Getgate, moving quickly to his right to save the single. The end of the 34th over. Scott Macbeth 1 for 22 off his 5 overs. He's been tidy. 16 overs to go, 190 for 4. We're thinking at about 8 and over. That would be about 328, 330. Might be a good total for the Lightning to aim for.
Well, you mentioned him and said he hadn't bowled so far, and we're about to see the introduction of Jared Wilson. He's going to come on at the schoolhouse end. McBrien has used his opening 3 bowlers, Hume, Macbeth and Young. They only have 10 overs left between the 3 of them. So McBrien looking at some way of getting to that 40th over. They can recall his main strike bowlers. He may have overused them this morning when the conditions were in favour of the bowlers, in the hope of just taking that 4th and 5th wicket. It may come back to haunt him.
Jared Wilson's first delivery goes to the cover boundary, but saved out there by Ryan Macbeth. Just a single to Dockrell. Tucker on 81. Came to the wicket when the score was 46 for 3 after the departure of Timmy Tector, Simi Singh and Harry Tector in quick succession. And that one seemed to hit something on the way through, but it wasn't the bat. Half-hearted appeals from the covers.
Well, these two batsmen, when they do get in and get their eye in, both powerful hitters. Unless the Northwest Warriors could take a wicket or two quickly to reduce the run rate.
Firmly hit, but there's a fielder on the boundary. Ryan Macbeth, just a single to Tucker this time. It's exciting watching these two batters. You feel like something explosive is going to happen with almost every delivery. But there's one thing about this wicket at the Hills. It's never easy to score runs really quickly, because there's always something in the wicket for the bowlers. Even if it is getting easier as the day continues. Driven over the top by Dockrell. That's gone many a mile. Best shot he's played so far.
Well, a cracking shot straight back past the bowler. Didn't even have time to put his hand out to try and stop or catch it. But you could see earlier in the over, both batsmen now looking to get onto the front foot, looking to play positively, looking to score runs. They're aware that there's only 15 overs left after this ball.
Just pushed gently into the covers by Dockrell, who wasn't interested in a quick single. So 6 off the first over from Jared Wilson, and at the end of 35, 196 for 4 is the score. Tucker on 82, Dockrell on 13, and the last 5 overs have gone for 27 with these two at the crease. Run rate at the moment 5.6, 15 overs remaining. Plenty of batting still to come. Sam Harbinson, very useful batter. Fionn Han, David Delaney, Gavin Hoey, he can bat a bit.
Well, sometimes when you come to pick a batting order, you start at the bottom and work your way up. But with this Leinster Lightning side, as
there you
Tucker
go.
just
Tucker
picks up another 6, pumped into the hayfield, and that was a real lack of effort shot, just timing. Brings up 200 for the Leinster Lightning. They certainly will be feeling a lot better than they were at 46 for 3. A lot of it down to Lorcan Tucker.
Well, that was a sweet shot. Be lovely to see it again. Really good hit. As you say, effortless. When the timing is right, just seems to sail off the bat. And that the first ball of Macbeth's over puts him under a bit of pressure now.
Tucker and the wicketkeeper having a chat. Just see here just how clean that hit was. Lovely follow through. Lots of power there. It didn't get very high, but it didn't need to, and still made the maximum. And you have to wonder how Doheny must be feeling watching Tucker scoring so freely now. He's moved on to 88. But Doheny had that chance very early in Tucker's innings.
He was on only 4 at the time when he was dropped by Doheny off the bowling of Craig Young.
Oh, we're back into play now.
And just gently played into the covers for a single. They're thinking about 2 and they've got it. Very good running by the Leinster Lightning batters. Looked like there was only one on there.
Well, that's a definite show of intent from Leinster now, heading into the final furlongs of this innings.
This one straight to the fielder get gate. An extra cover. 3 inside the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg. That's an interesting reverse sweep from Tector. We'll see every type of shot imaginable, I should imagine, and it's gone. Tucker rather, not to. I keep getting my Tuckers and Tectors mixed up for some reason. Tucker moves to 94. That lovely shot.
And it's such a delicate shot because there's no real power from the bat. Just getting bat on ball, letting it run away.
Turned to square. Just off the bat. So 95 now to Tucker. Dockrell on 13. Expensive over this from Macbeth. 13 off the first 5 deliveries. And another single for Dockrell. In the end of the 36th over. Macbeth has 1 for 36 off 6. Tucker on 95. Dockrell 14. 210 for 4. I think the onslaught has begun.
It has. These two haven't been together too many overs. Came together in the 30th over. They've already put on, well, 210. 40. 41 run partnership so far, and it's another good partnership for the Leinster Lightning. The middle order clearing up, I suppose, it's a bit of a mess that the top 3 batsmen left behind them. 46 for 3 the Leinster Lightning were.
Wilson will continue from the schoolhouse end. First over. Went for a few, and this one has gone away to long leg, pulled by Dockrell, who goes to 18, scored to 214 for 4.
Well, this shot, no real power in it, but he saw how short it was and just lifted it round the corner. Once he cleared the field, he had free passage to the boundary rope. George just very quickly moved on to 18.
And that's going to sail over everything into the hayfields. Another maximum for the Lightning, and Dockrell gets his first.
Well, this is just absolute class. Given the width, and then just played it deliberately quite square, quite aerial.
He loves that going down on one knee as he smashes it away.
So Wilson conceding 10 off his first 2 deliveries. Where does he go now?
Way out there to drag. 1 bounce, 4. 4-6-4. Dockrell is on the move. 4 4s and a 6 to him so far.
Well, this is a terrific assault upon Wilson this over. Earlier on we saw 20 come from an over. That was the end of McKeegan's spell.
Consultation now between skipper McBride, keeper Doheny, and the hapless Jared Wilson. First over went for 6. This one so far 14 off 3 deliveries. 224 for 4. Still 13.3 overs to go. And that one just straight batted down to mid-off. Nobody there to take that up his shot. Dockrell knowing It was an easy single down the ground.
Oh, it was a safe shot for him. He's more than willing to just pass the strike over to Lorcan Tucker.
Yeah, anything Dockrell can do, Tucker can certainly do as well. And there's the ramp, but it's just over the head of Graham Hume, who was scurrying back as he saw the batter about to deliver that shot, but he couldn't quite get there. So another boundary to Tucker, and he goes to 99, is it?
Well, as soon as Tucker moved, you could see Hume trying to give himself some room, and then he saw it in the air, and he was unsure whether to stay facing the ball or whether he was going to have to move, and it was just outside of his reach. And now 19 from the over, 1 ball to go.
And there's Tucker's century, turned into the gap just backward of square. After a very shaky start, it has to be said. This has been a masterclass by Lorcan Tucker. The last 60 runs, 60, 70 runs of this innings have been quite superb.
Just as impressive as the total number of runs, that strike rate of 131. He's reached the boundary rope on 16 occasions, 4 of them being sixes. And the Lightning, well, they're very thankful to Lorcan Tucker today. It's a super knock from him, and he's got his team. As Stephen said, he came in when the score was 46. Well, 184 runs later, he's still there, and he's got his ton from just 76 deliveries.
Fabulous knock, absolutely top class. But you still have to remember that drop by Doheny, because it was a bit of a dolly.
As I say, the unhappiest man on the ground. Nothing worse than putting down a catch, but then seeing that batsman go on to record a century.
Trent McKeegan back into the attack. And that's a brilliant shot.
Well,
absolutely superb.
Improvisation. It wasn't the shot he wanted to play. He was going to lap it round the other side, down to the leg side, but he saw how wide it was of off and could adapt his shot. He just saw how wide it was and decided to go the other way.
That is
the modern game.
Unbelievable hand-eye coordination, though, to execute that shot, because he was expecting it to be a straighter delivery, and yet he still had that amazing dexterity. That one went absolutely nowhere. Just a single this time. He moves to 105 off 78. Dockrell, a very dangerous 29 off 26. Who would want to be a bowler with these two Ireland players seeing the ball like a football at the moment?
Certainly appears that way.
Run rate 6.29. Climbing all the time. I said 330 would be a good target. They're probably thinking about 350 now. And that's well wide of Dockrell's reach. Another run to the total, 236 for 4. It's the only place that McKeegan can put it where it's not going to get hit.
But it's the first wide we've seen in quite a few overs as well. The bowling has been very sort of disciplined. They've just come up against two batsmen now who are making most of the sunshine, the drying pitch.
Oh, there it goes. High and handsome and into the field next door.
Well,
another 6.
Cleared the trees by a good few metres, that. A super shot. Just lifted out onto the offside, over the rope. And that'll be another new ball. Umpire having to come to the sidelines. I'd suggest that perhaps he might take 2 and put 1 in his pocket.
Dockrell seems to get a lot of 6s over the offside. And this ground is so suitable to that. Just roughly 50 yards to the boundary on either side. plays into his strength. Okay, we've got a new ball, or should I say an older ball, to approximate the ball that was lost into the fields away to the left. Dockrell has raced to 35, Tucker 105, the run rate up to 6.45, and after a very shaky start, the Lightning are feasting here. Driven past the bowler. This time Graham Hume is there, and just a single to Dockrell.
Well, McKeegan will feel he got away with that one a bit as it went past him. He didn't realise that Hume was there to cover. These two now have put on 74 for the 5th wicket. Previous wicket brought a stand of 123. It's been Leinster's mid-afternoon.
There is a player on the boundary, but he has missed it. Shane Getgate with a rare misfield, and it's another boundary to the Lightning off the bat of Lorcan Tucker. Very expensive over from McKeegan, just one delivery to go.
All the runs are leaking now for the Warriors, and this was just a nice shot, and Getgate got himself into position, perhaps overran it just a step, and that enabled the ball to get underneath him and run away to the boundary.
17 off that latest McKeegan over. None for 62 for him off 5. Bowling change, I should imagine, coming up from the clubhouse end. Dockrell on 36, Tucker on 109. 247 for 4 after 38 overs. 12 overs to go. Here's the look at the Leinster Lightning batting. That shaky start from Timmy Tector, Simi Singh and Harry Tector, all in the pavilion with the score on 46, but since then De Freitas and Tucker, and now Tucker and Dockrell, have turned it around completely.
The Warriors have been tolling out there. It's very definitely Andy McRyan using his 3 pace bowlers. 2 for 22 for Young. He's taken the most wickets and been the most economical. Poor Trent McKeegan, well, he's having a day to forget. He's going at over 12 and over.
And those 2 Jared Wilson overs going for 26. So a change from the schoolhouse end. And I think it's Graham Hume coming back into the attack. Desperate times for the Warriors require desperate measures. They'll have to bring their top bowlers back to try and stem the flow here against these 2 powerhouses.
Well, they do need to take a wicket here. They need to break this partnership and try and slow this scoring rate down. Otherwise, the total could get very big for the Warriors to chase.
Chipped away to the deep cover fielder for a single. Dockrell moves to 37. A little bit fortunate there, very uppish. Wasn't quite the shot he intended.
Well, it's this partnership and the partnership before that actually meant 202 runs onto the board. Goes to show you how vital those 2 partnerships have been. De Freitas on debut making a half century, and now these 2.
And that's going to go all the way. Another 6 for Tucker.
Well, he's certainly into his work now.
His strike rate rising with almost every delivery. Very similar shot to the one Dockrell played just a few overs ago. These two have now been together for 9 overs. And they came together when the score was 169, so they've put on 85 in 9 overs. Had to dig that one out. Yorker length delivery from Hume, just a single to Tucker. There's the partnership, 86 or 55 balls in 44 minutes. Impressive stuff.
Both batsmen going at a very strong rate in this partnership. Dockrell, he's facing his 30th ball. He's already on 37.
Smash. Into the bushes for another 6.
Well, that was just too short from Hume. Dockrell, when he's seeing it like this, he will take those on all day without a man out there in cow corner. This one sailing safely into the bushes. Quick hand speed he has.
He didn't quite time that one, but he still went for 6. It's only about 60 yards to that boundary.
He waited on that very nicely. You could see he had the bat in position, and then the hand speed came through, took it into the bush that's being searched now.
We need a gardener to find that one. And another ball being fetched from the supply that on a ground like this you probably need about 20 spares for a day's cricket.
I suspect that the Cricket Island budget for these white balls is quite a large figure.
You have to remember, this is Graham Hume bowling here.
Yes.
Ireland strike bowler. First 6 overs went for just 28. This one has gone for 14 already. Full toss. Not timed. Came off the splice, I think. Just a single for Dockrell. 262 for 4.
Well, that delivery, I think, caught George Dockrell by surprise. Wasn't expecting the full toss, and as you say, quite high up on the splice. But the lack of fielders close in now. 4 inside the ring on the offside.
Nice sequence going in this over. Can Tucker continue it? No, he can't. Straight to the fielder in the covers, no run. 15 off that latest Hume over. 1 for 43 off 7 for him. Dockrell 44 off 31. Tucker 113 off 83. And with 11 overs to go, 262 for 4. 11 times 8 is 88. That would bring them very close to 350 and a run rate around 7 and over. But it's gettable on this ground.
Yes, the short boundaries square the wicket. Enabled sides to put together quite big scores here at the Hills. 262 for 4. They came together at 169. Well, it hasn't taken them too long at all. 10 overs they've been together now.
And here comes McKeegan for his 5th over. And that's gone high in the air towards extra cover and all the way to San Jose. Another 6 to Dockrell. And he gets to 50.
Well, we've come to not expect, but we're not surprised when George Dockrell comes out and hits with power and with pace and a strike rate of over 150 as he reaches his half century. And himself and Tucker now have a partnership of 99. Dockrell just launching, waiting and launching into that one. safely making the field. Another ball comes out from Graham McRae.
Well, bowlers usually get motivated to be bowling against the best batters in the land. But so far today, Dockrell and Tucker are just swatting everything aside. Hit firmly to Getgate at deep mid-off for a single. Every single is a success for the Warriors. 269 for 4. Dockrell 51 not out. Tucker 116. And that's the 100 partnership for these two. And Getgate again there to save the boundary. Tucker moves to 117. There's the contributions to the 100 partnership. Tucker 48 off 28, Dockrell 51 off 33. Good even share. Only 61 balls for that 100 partnership. And Dockrell again, they've got the long off and the long on in position this time.
Both of whom are busy in this over. Warriors. It's a bit quiet in the field. Plenty of hands on hips.
And that's just enough from Tucker towards the car park, which is strangely empty for this fixture. That moves Tucker to 123, yet another 6 off the bowling of Trent McKeegan.
Absolutely dead still. Stand and deliver. And boy, does he deliver. That one goes straight into the car park. Most people who arrived today have parked their cars in safer spots than that. With
I wonder why.
These two in this form, well...
Run rate approaching 7 now. And that's going to be another boundary to Tucker, square on the offside.
Well, it's a tough day for Trent McKeegan. Another over going for 19, and off his 6 overs, he's gone for 81 runs. That's not the figures he would have wanted to see. But the Leinster Lightning will be delighted as they go into the last 10 overs now, still with 6 wickets in hand. And now with 281 on the board. I mean, one might say, if they go at 7 and over from here on in, that will be 350. If they go at 8, 360.
I think Scott Macbeth and Andy McBride are being underbowled here, if you ask me. Andy McBride's only bowled 5 overs for 29. Macbeth 1 for 36. The medium pacers, the seamers, are getting smashed.
Well, Hume it is again from the schoolhouse end. And it'll be something of a victory for him that Dockrell only gets a single.
Maybe it doesn't matter who bowls to these two when they're in this kind of nick.
Well, when they're in this form, it has to be something special.
Well, good fielding there from McKeegan, throwing the stumps down, but Dockrell was well home as Tucker rehearses that little ramp shot once again.
With his little magic tricks, the Paul Daniels of the Leinster side. You can see what he's trying to do. Couldn't get it past the fielder though. Trent McKeegan, well, dead eye straight into that middle stump, but Dockrell safely home.
When you see batting like this, you almost run out of superlatives. Expecting every delivery to go to the boundary. That time, though, just a single to Scott Macbeth at backward point.
Scott Macbeth very aware there that nobody was backing up the stumps at the keeper's end. So, in light of those 5 overthrows we saw a couple of times early on in this innings, he just hung on to the ball quite sensibly. It's not the singles that the Northwest Warriors mind at this stage.
4 out deep on the leg side, nobody in saving a single. 3 inside the circle, 4 inside the circle on the offside. And Tucker just mistiming that one to backward square leg for a single. 285 for 4. Tucker to 128. Dockrell 54. Leg by on that last delivery. The run rate just over 7. Still 9 overs to go. It must feel like purgatory to these Warriors bowlers. Smashed away again. Flashing to the boundary off the blade of George Dockrell, and this time it's carried all the way for a 6. A 6 at this ground, but probably nowhere else.
Well, it only just made the 6 because he had to also climb the hill. It would have been head height on a level ground, maybe over the hands, but here at the hills, going up the hill, reach the boundary, another 6, 10 off Hume's over so far.
Bowling round the wicket now, and a dot ball applauded by Jared Wilson at backward square leg. The end of another harrowing over for Hume. 1 for 52 off 8. Dockrell 60, Tucker 128. And the score approaching 300 with still 9 overs to go.
Well, there are 9 overs to go. Graham Hume only has 2 of those. Macbeth has 3.
It's
and
Ryan
Young
Macbeth
has
who's
3.
going to come back now from the pavilion end.
I think that Brian may have decided that he needs to use these bowlers now. He's got to find another 2 overs from somebody other than his first 3 bowlers. And Trent McKeegan may have bowled his last ball. Yeah.
As you'd expect, a very conservative field. As Ryan Macbeth comes in for his 9th over rather. Chipped down the ground. Wilson, the fielder, just a single to Tucker.
Oh, tough for Macbeth to come back. Last over he bowled was the 19th.
This one's up in the air. There's a chance here. Get Gate approaching. And he's dropped it. Would you believe it? Single to Dockrell. Gets a lucky escape on 61.
Well, this ball was up there a very long time. Dockrell getting underneath it. Get Gate. Well, he had to run in down the hill here at the hills. And never really got set underneath it. And it fell to the turf. Well, will Dockrell make them pay for that now?
the improvisation from Tucker. He was playing one shot and then he played another. But a single just to short third. He moves to 130. Dockrell on 61. Beth has stemmed the tide a little. Bit unlucky not to get the wicket. 3 singles off this over so far. But that's the 6. High and handsome. Backward of square. Dockrell showing his power and his timing. And he moves to 67.
Well, it is a short boundary down there to the trees. But when you clear the trees, it doesn't matter where the boundary is. That's a super shot. George Dockrell adding 6 to his total and bringing up 300 for his side now. Well, do you care to revise your guesses? Because the guess just keeps getting higher and higher.
300 for 4. These two came together with the score on 169 after 29.2 overs. It's only taken them 12.2 overs to go from 169 to 300. You do the maths. I'm not so good at that. And again, we have a slight delay while the ball is fetched from the fields yonder. There's haymaking going on over there, and there's batters here making hay as well. Hard to believe. The Lightning were 46 for 3. Now they're 300 for 4. A ball has been found.
Well, the first 50 came up in 12 overs, but the 100 between 200 and 300 came up in 6 overs. I'm going to have to check my figures there. 6 overs to score 100 runs.
It was 202 for 4 after 35.1, and it's 300 for 4, 41.4. 6 overs and 3 balls.
Just hearing in my ear, the last 5 overs, 75 runs. That is absolutely immense. 15 and over for that length of time.
And they've still got 8.2. So is it 15 and over? The last 8? What would that make?
Oh.
120? 420?
Well,
I don't know what the record is. If anybody knows, is Graham Siggins watching?
Chair
Siggins, are you watching? Maybe phone Dave Streak and tell him what the record is for 50 overs in Orario Interprovincial. They're running out of balls, I'm telling you. We'll have to run down to the local sports shop, I think. I did say way back at the start of this innings that they might need some boys and girls stationed beyond the boundaries to go fetch. But
I don't think they're permitted into that field anymore.
Yeah,
the field up to our left. So I don't know how long it will be before the Hills install perhaps a net on that side. But there's not one there today. And even if there was, you get the feeling these two players would be clearing any nets that were erected. Some of these 6s have been enormous. Might be 6s at the MCG, let alone here in Milverton.
And there it goes again. Into the car park once more. Oh. And the size of which car it nearly hit. Or did hit. We can't see the car park from where we're sitting in the tent just beyond long off.
I think that one was actually very close to where I parked.
Oh dear.
I'll be going across at the break and seeing. But we didn't hear any noise and there was no breaking glass. So I'm hoping that it survived that one.
Dockrell is 73 now final ball of this 42nd over. Played straight down the ground for a single to Dockrell, who moves to 74. Score to 307 for 4 of 42 overs. Just 16 coming off that last Ryan Macbeth over. 8 overs to go, 15 and over, that's 120, that would make 427. Am I being a little harsh? .307 for 4. These two have put on 138 in jig time. And it's Craig Young rejoining the attack now from the schoolhouse end.
Well, Craig Young has been the most successful of the bowlers so far.
2 for 16 off his first 6, and a missed shot there from Dockrell, but they're going to get a second. All the fielders on the leg side, right out in the boundary. Say goodbye to another cricket ball. Dockrell goes long. 82 for him now, off 44, almost batting at 200. Tucker, 130 off 90. Score to 315 for 4.
Well, just a big shot, but no great follow through. It wasn't needed. And where do you bowl to him now?
That one hit straight to McBride in the covers, and no run. We're hearing that the record in the Rario series is 332 by the Lightning against the Northwest Warriors back in 2016. So they're approaching that, and will probably smash the record today, unless the Warriors can do something extraordinary. Pulled away to drag, and that one bounces over the ropes for a 4.
What you could see there and what that shot shows you, there's two fielders out there quite close together. They know this is where Dockrell likes to score. You see how close those two fielders are. Neither one of them could get to it. Dockrell moves on to 86.
12 off the first 4 deliveries of this young over. His figures were very handsome before this over began. Good delivery. Just a single for Dockrell this time. 88 to him, 320 for 4. The score. Partnership there, 150 now of 81 deliveries in just an hour and 7 minutes.
That is immense. And early on this morning, Leinster were 46 for 3, to remind you.
And Tucker had just been dropped, with the score not much past that. Oh, that's another catch dropped by Doheny. Huge snick off the bat of Lorcan Tucker, who gets a run. Stephen Doheny shaking his left hand again.
He seemed to injure that earlier. And this won't have helped at all. That's the third one that Tucker has just got an edge on to. One didn't carry to McBride, but two did carry to the keeper. Well, he's caused himself some real pain on that left hand. Still hasn't got the glove back on. Still trying to rest it as much as possible. But not a day that Doheny is going to remember with any great fondness. He said Tucker was on 4, was it?
He was only on 4. He'd hit one boundary, and then he had the McBride one that didn't quite carry, and then the Doheny one, which was dropped.
And dropped again on 131.
And this is up in the air, but it's going to evade all of the fielders in the deep. Boundary saved. A couple more to Tucker. Into the final 7 overs. Ryan Macbeth into his 9th over. The runs keep coming here at Milverton on a beautiful, bright August morning. 323 for 4. Lightning just 9 runs away now from a record score. And that surely will be out. McBride underneath it, and he's got the catch, and the breakthrough is made, and Tucker has to go. Third chance he's given, but what an innings. 133 for him off just 93 deliveries, and the 5th wicket goes down at 323, and great reward for Ryan Macbeth, who has bowled his heart out.
Perseverance being the watchword there. But Tucker involved in a partnership of 123 and another partnership of over 150 with his captain. And you can hear in the background the rapturous reception he's getting from his teammates and from the spectators here at the Hills. And that was a very special innings. He didn't start off with the greatest of touch, but he just grew into his innings, and is a lesson to many batsmen that scoring runs, you have to be in the middle, you have to stay there, you have to fight through the demons. And then for Tucker, it just clicked, and he went on and on and on. 15 fours, 6 sixes, and a strike rate of 143 over 93 deliveries. Well, that's going some, and he ends up with 133 before Andy McBride finally caught him on the offside, and he was out there for 2¼ hours. Doesn't seem like it.
Those two put on 154 in precisely 14 overs, which is well over 10 and over for 14 overs. Extraordinary partnership. So Macbeth to the incoming batsman, Barry McCarthy, and he's never one to be a sloucher at the crease.
No.
Next bye off his first delivery. Dockwell, don't forget, on 87. Score goes to 324 for 5. Current run rate 7.45. Driven strongly to deep mid-on. Another single to Dockrell. 88 for him now.
Of course, while this assault continues, the Ireland women's team, they're playing the Netherlands today. Wish them the best of luck, and especially Freya Sargent making her debut today.
And where and when is that match on?
It's on in Amsterdam at the VAR Club today, and I think Wednesday and Thursday as well. McCarthy getting off the mark there with 4 played through the offside.
A lot of the Northwest Warriors players looking a little bit shell-shocked and probably feeling like they don't deserve to be on the end of a smashing like this. But then it's only in the first half of the match. They've still got the chance with the blade to chase down whatever total is set. Single here to McCarthy. He moves to 5. The end of the 44th over. Macbeth 1 for 63 off his 9 overs. The breakthrough in that last over. Tucker caught by the skipper McBride and bowled Ryan Macbeth for a magnificent 133.
Just the form that Tucker will want to be in before the Indian series begins next weekend. I believe there are still some tickets available for Wednesday week, but the Sunday and the Friday games, this Friday and Sunday, both sold out. Tickets available for the Wednesday game, although if Ireland win one of those first 2, I suspect Wednesday's tickets will sell out very quickly. India just coming off a 2-1 loss to the West Indies.
Craig Young continuing from the schoolhouse end. McCarthy cross bats it to wide mid-on for a single. Gets Dockrell back on strike, who's just 12 short of his century now. Score moves to 331 for 5. Still 35 deliveries. They could certainly get to 400 if they can keep these two together. Pulled away, and that's a brilliant diving catch. Deep on the boundary. Dockrell has to go. Shane Getgate taking him, and Dockrell out for 88 off just 48 deliveries, and more reward for some excellent bowling from Craig Young.
Oh, Young picking up his 3rd, but what a magnificent innings from the Lightning captain. He came out and joined Lorcan Tucker, and the two of them, well, I wouldn't say they've put this game out of the Warriors' reach yet, but by goodness, they've gone a long way down that road. Coming in at number 8, Harbison for Leinster, and he'll join McCarthy for these last 5 and a bit overs. Dockrell also getting a fine hand. 8 sixes, 5 fours, strike rate of, I'm going to give him 180. you wouldn't deny him that.
Absolutely.
And that's a super innings for him and for his team.
And great reward to Craig Young as well, who takes his 3rd wicket. So it's Sam Harbinson to face Craig Young with just over 5 overs to go. Two new batters at the crease will encourage the Warriors. Good firm shot by Harbinson. Just a single. Gets him off the mark. Scored 48 not out against the Northwest Warriors back in May.
Well, they've reached that target of 332. We were talking earlier that we believe that to be the record in the 50 over interprovincials.
And that's it, gone. Smashed down the ground by McCarthy. Beautiful hit all the way for 6th longest boundary here at the Hills. And that moves McCarthy to 12.
Well, he's not going to hang around, McCarthy. He has the big back.
Swing and a miss that time. Extra pace from Young, beating him outside his off stump.
Young and McCarthy exchanging pleasantries. Young did very well there to hide the ball away from McCarthy. If it's in his arc, then we can see that he has the strength to reach the boundary rope. But Young on that occasion, just keeping it outside off.
Oh, top of the off stump, and a little bit of afters from Craig Young as Barry McCarthy has to walk back to the pavilion. Super delivery, his 4th wicket and a double wicket over for him. 4 for 44 now for Young off 9. Barry McCarthy out for a very quick 12. 338 for 7. Still 5 overs to go.
Well, the Northwest needed to stem the flow of runs that were coming as Dockrell and Tucker were flying the ball to all parts, and they've managed to do that. Leinster Lightning losing another wicket, and it really has made a difference to the run rate.
Still 5 overs to go. Important for the Lightning to bat them all. And it's Fionn Hand who has come in.
Well, even if they could get to 350, just another 12 runs from these overs. 5 overs to go.
Oh, Craig Young really has been the pick of the Northwest Warriors bowlers, but this man Ryan Macbeth has been unlucky on a few occasions, and here he is coming in for his final over, and it's smashed away by Sam Harbinson. That's as big a 6 as we've seen today, and the oohs and ahs will tell you that somebody's car was close to the smash.
He didn't hang around. Just the 5 overs left. And that's a lovely clean hit.
A lot of bat speed in that one.
And again, that's close to where I parked.
The umpire is having a word with McBride off camera. I hope it isn't to tell him that their over rate isn't good, because half the time we've lost is for searching for cricket balls.
I don't think it's down to the Northwest Warriors at this stage. If there is a delay, slow over rate. 45 overs bowled now.
Nearly 2:15. We started at 11:15. But there's absolutely nothing that the fielding side can do when it's taking up to 5 minutes sometimes to find a cricket ball.
I mean, what version of ball are we on now? This must be 5 or 6.
Macbeth to Harbinson. Straight to the fielder on the cover boundary for a single. He moves to 8, the score to 345 for 7. Still 28 balls to go. .380, 390, still very much on if Leinster can bat all of these deliveries. Well bowled, well fielded. Fionn Hand, another man who loves to hit it big. He's a big lad.
You certainly have the levers to put one away if it's in his arc.
And that was hit very firmly and well stopped by Getgate. With the help of Jared Wilson, another couple to the total. And Fionn Hand off the mark with a couple. 347 for 7.
Get Gate showing the importance of getting your body behind the ball. If your hands can't take it, at least you're going to save the boundary. He shoveled it onto Wilson.
This one straight to the fielder. Get Gate at mid-off. Single to hand. Dangerous Harbinson back on strike. 10 off the over so far. 1 delivery to go. Ryan Macbeth coming to the end of his 10 overs. And Harbinson has smashed that one onto a hayrick somewhere between here and Donabate.
Well, that brings up the 350 in this, the 46th over. Again, it hasn't taken the Leinster Lightning long to rack up those 50 runs. 300 came up in the 42nd over, and now with 45 done, 354 for 7. Records being sent left, right and centre here.
Ryan Macbeth's 10 overs go for 79 runs and just the 1 wicket. It's been a tough day for him.
Certainly has been.
Trent McKeegan coming back into the attack.
This is one of those 2 overs I was explaining about earlier. Craig Young, just 1 over left. Graham Hume with 2.
And that's called a wide.
Okay.
Just 4 overs remaining. McKeegan's gone for 82 already, and there's a few more. Smashed for 6 by Fionn Hand. It seems like this wonderful hitting has become infectious in the Leinster Lightning side.
It certainly has. But none of this would be possible without the work Christopher Freitas and Lorcan Tucker put in earlier on. And they steadied the ship, 46 for 3. And they're now in this position whereby they're looking for every extra run, but already a massive total.
By my count, it's about 18 sixes in this innings so far.
Wow.
Be interesting to see exactly what the total is. Umpteen 4s. 362 for 7. And a little out of the back of the hand wide. It's a good idea. Just a little bit too far away from the stumps.
I think McKeegan saw the batsman Harbison coming across his stumps, and he just wanted to put it a bit wider just to keep it away from him.
"29 4s and 19 6s, we are reliably informed in this remarkable score. That's another 4, make that 30 4s. Harbinson moves quickly to 18 off just 5 deliveries.
That run rate creeping up towards 8.
Keegan with 3 balls left in this over. Approaching the century of runs conceded. Just 1 to Harbinson that time. 368 for 7. Harbinson 19, Hand on 10. Both of these batters well above 200. In fact, Harbinson's batting at over 300. There's been no loss of momentum despite the many wickets that have fallen in the last few minutes. And there's another wide to bring McKeegan's figures to none for 96, with 2 deliveries left in this over.
In the side is the 4th seamer behind Hume, Young and Macbeth. And he's been in the firing line.
When these sides met earlier in the year, Cian Robertson took 1 for 36 off his 10 overs, and he has been sorely missed by the Warriors today. Dislocated his shoulder while playing for his club in Stonians over the weekend.
Certainly a shame for the young lad, because he'd shown well in the interprovincial festivals for the T20s.
And that one's down the leg side for another wide. None for 97 now. Hand on 10. Harbinson 19. Lightning will definitely be targeting 400 now. Just over 3 overs to go. And that's a 6, smashed over extra by Fionn Hand. And McKeegan's bowling figures have reached the century. Wow. 7 overs for 103.
Not a day he'll care to remember. Not the century he would have wanted to make. But Fionn Hand getting underneath that one and just lifting it into the trees. Another 6 for the Leinster Lightning. And as you said, even with the fall of wickets, the momentum still continuing. Harbison 19 off 6 deliveries, scoring over 300 himself. And Hand scoring over 200 with 16 from just 7 deliveries. 3 overs remaining. The run rate has now reached 8 over 47 overs. And when you think that the Leinster Lightning hadn't even reached 40 from the first 10, it's been some acceleration. A few overs in there costing 19, 20 runs. Manhattan would be very interesting.
Graham Hume comes back from the pavilion end for his 9th over, so far 1 for 52.
Well, I suggest it will be Hume, followed by Young, followed by Hume to see us home. He appears to be going round the wicket to start with.
Harbinson on strike, who already has 19 off 6 deliveries. 19 off 1 over, think of it. And there's another big blow to wide mid-on, and it clears the rope for another 6.
400 still not out of the equation here.
All sorts of records being broken here.
"17 balls to go, 18 required for 400. Don't think we've ever seen 400 before in one of these interprovincial 50 games.
They must have been watching Gloucester yesterday, who made over 400 against Somerset, with Harry Tector in the team. I think he got 37 off 19 deliveries, something like that, coming in at number 4. A dot ball. An applause from Getgate and relief from a few of the outfielders for the Warriors.
Well, as it was played back to the bowler, he picked it up and made as if to throw to the keeper. And you could almost sense the, oh, just hang on to it. Last thing they'd need now will be an errant throw.
Played into the vacant mid-wicket area. And they'll take a couple here as Doherty throws it in, but quick running from Fionn Hand, who was backing up well. Another couple to Harbinson. He goes to 27 off 9 deliveries. Hand 16 off 7.
Well, when you've got your number 8 and number 9 both scoring at least 200, one of them scoring at 300. Now this is tight here. Hand sets off. Safely home.
Very difficult to tell from that angle, but the umpire was in a perfect position. Driven straight down the ground, and this one will not be cut off. Another boundary for Harbinson. 50 partnership from these two. They've only been together for about 2.5 overs. I'm running out of things to say. This is just bonkers. 16 balls for a 50 partnership. Absolutely remarkable.
It just goes to show the big hitting that's going on here. There's just no respite for these Northwest bowlers. 16 balls, 15 minutes and a 50 partnership. They are making this look very easy.
And only an hour or so ago we were talking about how this wicket had something in it for the bowlers. Now the attempted ramp, not quite coming off. Is that his first dot ball? I think it might be. Harbinson. Harbinson scoring at a ballistic rate. Hume's 9th over already gone for 12. That run rate up 8.11, which means 400 should be passed. And there's a nice flick into mid-wicket where it beats the two fielders on the boundary, and another boundary for Harbinson. He goes to 35. Hand on 16. That Hume over, very expensive. And the score 392 for 7.
Well, as you said, Stephen, it's kind of running out of words to describe this. It is an assault on the bowling, and it's paying off. 392 for 7 and still 2 overs remaining.
16 off that last Hume over. And as you predicted, the 49th over to be bowled by Craig Young from the Schoolhouse end. Fionn Hand. Iron Handsome.
Massive hit.
Just clearing the ropes.
Perfectly
Another
judged.
6.
2 fielders there at the landing point, but it was over the rope. Another 6 and 400 very much on the cards now. Just 2 short of that.
At this rate it'll be 420.
Over a third of the Leinster Lightning runs have come from 6s.
Extraordinary. And a lovely ramp shot played over the top of the short third who was inside the circle. 400 is up, 402 for 7 in the 49th over.
They're just getting quicker and quicker with these runs. That run rate now up to 8.32.
Hand is almost batting at 300. Pummels that one down to deep mid-on for a single. Harbinson on 35. Can he make a century in 20 deliveries or something crazy? We shall see.
Well, just 9 deliveries remaining. It's unlikely he'll make the century. But with 9 balls remaining, either one of these batsmen could make a half century.
From 354 for 7 off 46, they went to 402 for 7 off 48.2. That's 2.2 overs. 48 runs. Absolutely astonishing. And a dot ball there from Craig Young to stem the tide. He's still been the best bowler for the Warriors. He should keep attacking the stumps here. Can he make a fiver? Hit straight down the ground by Harbinson. This time it has cleared the ropes, keeping the chance of him scoring that 50. 41 or 14 deliveries. 409 for 7 now.
That's a lovely shot. He cleared his front foot out of the way. He's at the stage of the innings now. He's not too concerned about survival. He's only concerned with big swinging bat.
He made room for himself there, but the ball was outside the off stump, and Craig Young finishes his 10 overs with 4 for 61. Great effort from him, despite that pummeling he took in the final over. 17 coming from it. Harbinson, with 1 over to go, is on 41, Hand on 27. And the Lightning by name, Lightning by nature, 409 for 7 with 1 over remaining. Run rate currently 8.35. And Graham Hume will have the dubious pleasure of bowling the final over.
Well, Harbison will be looking to get some of the strike here. He'd love nothing more than to complete that half century.
There's Young's figures. 4 for 61. Just over 6 runs per over, which is pretty good in the context of this record assault by the Lightning. John Hand pulls it away backward of square for a boundary. 413 for 7, Hand to 31. Anything Harbinson can do, Fionn Hand can do just as well.
Well, this has been the most amazing batting innings I have seen in a very long time. The cleanness of the hitting has been remarkable.
These two have now put on 59 in 3.2 overs. I kid you not. 59 in 3.2 overs. They came together at 354 for 7 after 46 overs. And this is against Ireland's strike bowlers, to put it into context. And there's another 6 into the trees at mid-wicket. Fionn Hand moves to 37. Almost catching Harbinson. 37 off 13, 41 off 15.
Just clean power hitting. It's like a home run derby. It's been absolutely amazing.
Run rate now at 8.46. 3 balls to go. Slower delivery. Down the leg side. A wide called.
You sense in the field, Northwest Warriors just looking forward to getting through this final over and getting off and regrouping. 420 for 7. It's an uphill battle for them.
We said the record was what, 332 before this?
Indeed.
In this
They've smashed that record.
competition. Chance. Oh, he didn't see it till too late. Jared Wilson, had he been moving in and saw the ball from the bat, You could see he moved to it a little bit too late and couldn't get to the pitch. So a single.
Well, once he realised he wasn't going to be there for the catch, he was down onto his knees. Ball hit him on the body. It let the batsman get through for 2 more. Now, just 2 balls remaining in this innings.
Straight to the fielder on the boundary. That's Doherty. Just a single for Hand this time. He gets to 40 off 15. Harbinson 41 off 15.
It's amazing, amazing hitting from
Remarkable
8 and 9 in the order.
Both batting at over 250. This is the Warriors' hope, the final ball of a remarkable day of cricket in Milverton. And it's hit straight down the ground, and Getgate does well, sending it on to Wilson, just 2 off the final ball. Hume shows his frustration, his 10 overs going for 84 runs and just 1 wicket. Final power play of this innings yielded 144 runs. The total of 425 for 7 is 93 better than the previous highest ever in this series. Harbinson finishes on 43 off 16. Hand 40 off just 15 deliveries. And that is sum total.
Well, not
Wonderful
wishing to
batting.
harp back on it, but what a difference it may have made if Lorcan Tucker had been caught very early on in his innings. He had 2 behind the stumps. Leinster Lightning at that stage.
And here is the batting card. A very poor start for the Lightning. Tector Singh and Harry Tector all out with just 46 on the board, but then De Freitas and Tucker turned things around. And once Tucker and Dockrell got going, this innings just gathered momentum. Look at that, Harbinson and Hand coming in at 7 and 8. 43 not out, 40 not out. Momentum kept going right to the end, and a remarkable 425 for 7 off just 50 overs.
Well, this is where it gets very interesting. Those first 3 wickets, as we say, falling with just 46 on the board. But then Tucker and De Freitas, they started to rebuild, and rebuilding then became pushing on. And then when it was Tucker and Dockrell, pushing on became, well, almost an assault on the bowling. Those 2 century partnerships, absolutely amazing. But let's not forget that 87 at the end, 87 off 30
exactly
balls.
5 overs.
30 balls, 87 runs. Absolutely immense from Leinster. A privilege to watch such an innings, such run scoring. And it's not against a weak bowling attack. Craig Young, Graham Hume, Andy McBride. These are good bowlers.
Scott Macbeth and Andy McBride, the 2 best runs per over. The wicket taker, though, was Craig Young with a fine 4 for 61. Wickets 2 for Hume, Ryan Macbeth and his brother Scott Macbeth. But 14.7 an over off Keegan and 13 off Jared Wilson's couple of overs. A very difficult day in the field for Northwest Warriors. So there's the situation. Lightning with 425 for 7, marked up, recorded down as one of the great innings we'll ever see, probably, in our lifetime. And now the Warriors have to come back and see what they can do in their 50 overs on what is obviously a very good wicket on this small ground in Milverton. Who knows what might happen? We've seen all sorts of strange things happen in this game of cricket. We'll be back later on after the break for the innings of the Warriors. Do join us then. But for now, goodbye. And you're welcome back to Milverton, to the home of the Hills Cricket Club, for the second half of this Rario 50-over interprovincial match between Leinster Lightning and the Northwest Warriors. And extraordinarily, the Leinster Lightning scored 425 for 7 in their 50 overs. Lorcan Tucker top scoring with 133. George Dockrell with 88, and fantastic contributions right down the order. Sam Harbinson and Fionn Hand putting on an amazing number of runs with just the last 5 overs. And here we go with the reply, and it's going to be Barry McCarthy starting for Leinster Lightning. And it's Steve Doheny and Ryan Macbeth opening the batting here for the Warriors, who must be feeling a bit shell-shocked. They've only had a half an hour to get over the carnage of that incredible Leinster Lightning innings.
Well, the last 5 overs went for 87 runs and powered the Leinster Lightning up to that 425. 8.5 an over was required at the start. And it'll be interesting to see how that rate climbs or changes with the first few overs of this reply. It's important for the Northwest that they don't try and score these runs immediately, too quickly. You could see the Leinster Lightning, they were 39 for 1 after 10, but they just powered on and on and on.
Lots of away movement there for McCarthy. Bowling up the hill on a very pleasant afternoon. Good to see so many people here watching. Two slips for McCarthy. 5 inside the ring, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and just a couple out in the power play. Third and long leg. Now McCarthy with 4 dot balls to start with. That target looks a long way away.
So certainly a big target. The Leinster Lightning will be feeling good in the field at the moment. McCarthy after a good start, 4 dot balls. Oh, that's a good ball from McCarthy, getting pace. Nice line, getting it to move away.
Just the light roller used by the Warriors between innings here. Wicket is obviously playing very well. It's a small ground at the Hills, so there's lots of boundary options, 4s and 6s. So that score of 425, a little bit flattering. It wouldn't be such a big score on a bigger ground. And nicely played down the hill. That'll be away for 4. Doheny gets his innings underway. Scored 46 not out against the Lightning back in May in an earlier match in this series.
Oh, that one was just too close to the hip. Doheny wasn't going to miss out on that. Just played it away. Down through square leg, found the boundary. Nice way to finish the first over.
Fionn Hand is going to open the bowling for the Lightning from the schoolhouse end.
Again, it's great to see such quality on show here in this interprovincial. McCarthy in hand, Hume and Young, all vying for places in the Irish side. That series against India starts on Friday. Sold out crowd for Friday and Sunday. Ireland will be hoping to perform well against the Indians, who are just on their way back from the Caribbean.
3 big Ireland players behind the stumps today for the Lightning. Number 3 is Lorcan Tucker. Number 13, Harry Tector. Number 50, George Dockrell. They will all be involved when Ireland play India next weekend.
Great for Cricket Ireland. 2 absolute sellouts, and the game on Wednesday, I believe, is about 2/3. There are a few tickets available should you wish to attend any of those games.
It's actually number 3, Liam Doherty, who is at the wicket for batting number 2 for Northwest Warriors. Liam Doherty opening here. Plays his club cricket with Eglinton. Came into their side for the 20-over series, yet this is first appearance in the 50. Flash and a miss, and a wide call there against Fionn-Hand.
And in the other game on today, of course, the Irish women's team, they're in Holland for a 3-match series. They restricted the Dutch to 92 for 9 from 20 overs. Obviously, we'll let you know how that reply goes during the afternoon. But our attention's very much here at the Hills.
Doherty struggling to get his bat on the ball here. Fionn-Hand getting plenty of pace and lift from this wicket. That's better, flashed away, but straight to Simi Singh down at 3rd. Single gets Doherty off the mark. 5 for no wicket, the score. So Stephen Doheney back on strike. If I was those batters, I wouldn't be looking at the scoreboard with that runs required total ominously showing 420. Just get on with the game, play each ball as it comes, build an innings, see where it takes you.
Well, they want to take this quite deep, I think, the Northwest Warriors. They won't be, as you say, too concerned about the scoreboard and scoreboard pressure. They'll just want to build an innings, get themselves in, and get the Warriors to a stage where, like the Leinster Lightning, they can then attack. But at the moment, it's a tough start for them. It's McCarthy again to bowl his 2nd over from the pavilion end.
Nice delivery to a 6-3 field with a couple of slips in. McCarthy always pacey, always flying through his delivery stride. Nicely played down to 3rd by Doherty. Doheney, who picked up a couple of knocks keeping wicket, had to take that glove off, missed a couple of catches, seemed to take a couple of deliveries on the tips of his wicket-keeping glove fingers, which can often be quite painful. So hopefully that won't affect his batting today. It's a little uppish, but he gets away with it. Single down to third.
Well, it flew down to third, but it certainly got a couple of people interested there.
Leinster Lightning's slip fielders are much finer than the Warriors had them. Getgate was more in a gully position.
Yeah, much tighter in the slips, more orthodox first and second slip.
Flashing outside the off stump. Liam Doherty gets away with that one.
That was a very good ball from McCarthy. And they're in fact going to go to a 7-2 field. De Freitas being called into the gully position.
Why not, given the massive total they have to protect? And especially with a bowler as fiery as Barry McCarthy. And that was straight through them. Flashed away for four. First life for Liam Doherty. Did anybody get their hand to it?
I don't think any hands actually touched the ball. Seemed to go through the gap between first and second slip, but there's a good delivery from McCarthy, flashing blade, and it goes through Dockrell's hands and runs away. Well, that could have been the first wicket, and what a blow it would have been for the Leinster Lightning. But instead, 4 more onto the total.
Twelve for no wicket in the third over.
Another good ball, line and length from McCarthy, causing problems for the batsman. Good over from McCarthy, that's 3 gone now. Score has moved on to 12.
Two overs for 10 runs off McCarthy. Hand to continue from the schoolhouse end. There is the tendency psychologically as a batter, you're coming out to chase a massive total and you feel like you've just got to get your bat on the ball. But the opening 5 overs from each end in a 50 over match, you know, with that new ball, you have to be cautious. That's a 6. Smashed into the hayfield. Excellent shot by Doheney.
Well, this is a beautiful shot. Picks it up on length and just lifts it into the cornfield. Came down the track. That flew away. Lovely shot. But again, the Warriors will have seen how quickly the Leinster Lightning could score at.
And that'll be wide down the leg side from Fionn Hand.
Well taken by Lorcan Tucker. Covered a lot of ground to get there.
Expensive start to this second over from Fionn Hand, who put on a magnificent unbroken stand with Sam Harbinson at the end of the Leinster Lightning innings, and that's flashed away too past the despairing dive of Timmy Tector at backward point.
Well, the Leinster Lightning will be heartened by the ball being in the air so often. But at the moment, it's only flying away to the boundaries. Second boundary in the over.
Nothing will stop a ball running down that hill. Even if it's only a few meters away from a fielder, it's very hard to get to. The fastest part of the ground from where Steve Doheny is standing, down away to the right. Something you can't see with the naked eye when you're watching it on this stream. But there is a massive hill running from the left side as we look at it, from the top left to the right, bottom right.
You can see how steep that hill is if you look at the sight screens at the far end.
And coming back with a short one.
If you look at the leg supports on the sight screens, they just get longer and longer the more you go to the right. It shows you how far the land drops away there.
And coming back with a couple of dot balls after a very expensive start to this over. Doheny's done well in this series, 46 not out against the Lightning, 78 against the Northern Knights, and he has started this innings with great assurance. That moves him to 19. And we're only in the fourth over. As a bowling side, you've got to be ruthless in this situation. You can't just think to yourself, oh, we've got loads of runs.
Yeah.
You have to still try and take the wickets with every ball. That's a better delivery from Fionn Hand. Straight to mid-wicket, no run, and at the end of his second over, he's none for 18. Doherty is on 6, Doheny 19. 28 for no wicket after 4, and it's a good solid start for the Warriors.
Well, it's exactly the start they would have wanted. The two things they wanted to avoid were early loss of wickets, but also very easily could have been very few runs scored in the first few overs as they found their feet, and that run rate required could have shot up. So they've done really well in those first 4 overs. There was just that one chance in the last McCarthy over, flew through the slips and went away for 4.
Again, the flashing blade of Liam Doherty. He doesn't half like having a slash. Everything outside off stump. Lucky to get away with it in the previous McCarthy over.
Just to come back to something you just said there in the last over, although the Lightning are looking to take wickets and looking to attack, they do have to keep an eye on the run rate as well. They can't let the Northwest Warriors get away too far.
Oh, that's close. Big appeals all round. Some of them rather belated, joining in the fun.
Oh, we'll see that delivery again. I think height is what saved the batsman there. He was in front of all 3, but it did hit him quite high up on the thigh and possibly going over the top, and that's why umpire turned down the request from McCarthy on this occasion.
That one looked like it was going down leg as well. Smart work from Tucker behind the stumps.
Muted appeal from the slips, nothing really from the bowler, and the keeper was heading so far down the leg side, I think he gave the whole game away. And nobody really objecting to a not-out decision from the umpire on that occasion. Well, the runs required drops below 400.
It's a start.
Absolutely. As the old expression says, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Good shot.
Cracking shot.
He had to eventually hit the ball. He's played and missed so many times. That one was pitched up more and he thumped it away for a boundary. And young Liam Doherty moves to 10.
Well, slightly over pitch from McCarthy this time. Allowed him to play the expansive drive. He's been looking for that shot. Drives it up the hill to the clubhouse.
There's a big, wide field that Simi Singh is covering at mid-off. Good length delivery. Left through to Tucker. Solid over this from McCarthy, just the one over pitch delivery. Leinster Lightning with a lot of bowling in their side.
Well, the one thing that the Leinster Lightning have that the Northwest Warriors didn't is a leg spinner.
Pulled away over the short mid-wicket, and that'll run down the hill for 4. Doherty moves to 14. And the score after 5 overs, 36 for no wicket. A good solid start, run rate over 7. Compared to the Lightning, they were 26 for no wicket after 5.
Very different batting conditions for the Leinster Lightning openers this morning. Very overcast. Bit of moisture around in the ground, in the air. And that enabled the Northwest Warriors to take 3 early wickets.
Fionn Hand continuing. Doherty plays it straight to mid-wicket for no run. Two slips in for Fionn Hand as well, Harry Tector and George Dockrell. Errant shot there from Doherty, but he's found the gap at mid-wicket for a couple. .21 to him, 14 to Doherty. From the way Stephen Doherty played that, it looked like it might have just been going down the leg side. Well, we've had a record score in a 50-over match in the Rario Interprovincials. I think we might even have a record total of runs in a day's play if the Northwest Warriors continue on this way they've started. Good quick single taken there by Doherty. Goes to 22 of 18, bringing Liam Doherty on strike.
It's good to see Doherty's willingness just to push and take the single. Not everything has to be a boundary. Plenty of singles on offer. We're in the power play still.
Another big flashing shot from Liam Doherty. We saw earlier today from Chris de Freitas those tidy little punch shots where he doesn't overhit the ball, just as effective as the big swing of the bat. Plays and misses just outside the off stump. Good delivery from Fionn Hand. A very good third over from him. None for 21 after 3 overs for him. 6 overs gone. Doherty on 22, Doherty 14, and it's 39 for no wicket.
Four overs remaining in the power play now. First one of which will be bowled by Barry McCarthy. Stephen Doherty will be the one facing. Still 2 slips and a gully. He's bowling to a 6-2 field.
Just off the shoulder of the bat, and he'll get a single past Timmy Tector at point.
Of course, should be a 7-2 field. 2 slips and a gully. Fionn Hand down at third man. And then 3 men inside the circle on the offside. And then on the leg side, David Delaney is the one patrolling the singles. And then a man on the fence behind square leg.
So McCarthy to the flashing Doherty. Solid defensive shot. Good, accurate delivery. It is extraordinary in cricket how few deliveries would actually hit the stumps at every level of the game.
Absolutely, and with the Irish weather being the way it is, how many times we see bowl outs, and bowl outs that are 1-0 or 2-1.
Another accurate delivery from McCarthy. Liam Doherty looks very solid when the ball is straight and true. It's when it's outside his off stump is where he seems to have that tendency to flash. That's a good shot though. Straight down the ground towards us here in the commentary box. Solid push through mid-off. And another boundary to Liam Doherty, his 4th. He goes to 18.
Well, I don't care what the format of cricket is that you're playing or watching, that is a super shot anywhere. McCarthy again, going a little fuller. It's just thumps back down the ground.
Still 2 slips and a gully in here. Again, a good accurate delivery, and McCarthy does well to deflect that. I've been impressed so far with the way the Warriors have gone about this. 44 for no wicket. The pitch seems to have gotten easier to play on since we started at 10:45 this morning.
Those early morning starts often favour the bowling side.
And there's another one of those customary flashes outside the off stump as the ball moves away to wicketkeeper Tucker. The end of the 7th. McCarthy has none for 23 off his 4 overs. Doherty on 18, Doheny 23, 44 for no wicket. Run rate shade under 6.3. Very solid start for the Warriors.
Well, this is as important as not getting out at the moment. Northwest Warrior batsmen know they need to take any runs that are offered to them by the Leinster Lightning. The trick is understanding which ball is not going to get you any runs and keeping that one out.
Dave Delaney coming on from the schoolhouse end for Leinster Lightning. Fionn Hand's 3 overs going for 21 runs. No breakthrough yet, just 1 slip for Delaney. That's Dockrell. Nicely turned up the hill. Sliding save there by Barry McCarthy.
Impressive. All the work done with his left hand, his wrong hand, and still managed to pull it up inside the boundary. And it's great to see that sort of commitment from the players, even though they are defending a total of 425. They still realise that every run matters.
Long way outside the off stump, wide called. The umpires tend to be pretty strict about the wide rule to outside the off as well as outside the leg. There is a little mark on the crease that shows how far outside the off the bowlers can bowl. Lovely quick single taken there. Doherty scrambling through. Another run to Doheny, who moves to 26. 48 for none in the 8th over. Plenty of batting in this Northwest Warriors lineup. They will be hugely encouraged by the start they've made.
As you say, that run rate, well above a run a ball at the moment. I know it has to move on and upwards from there, but even just a run a ball at the moment, just taking the game deeper, staying in the game.
Nice shot through the covers. Harbinson didn't move. It's another fine punching shot through the covers to bring up the 50 partnership of just 46 deliveries. And this is how it came.
Well, the pace of Delaney, no obstacle. Doherty plays it away, picks up the boundary. Just a bit of an inside edge on that one.
Looked like he was in 2 minds as to what shot to play there. That partnership, 26 to Doheny, 22 to Doherty. It's a very good start to the Warriors' reply. Didn't quite time that one.
Oh, another over done. 7 gone now. 8 gone.
That first over from Delaney going for 8 runs.
Looks like a possibly another bowling change.
Batter's taking a little drinks break before we resume with the 9th over.
Although I see McCarthy does have the ball in his hands, it looks like it will be him to continue from the pavilion end, clubhouse end. Well, we said it would be awkward to bat on at first this morning, but it might improve during the day. Well, the Leinster Lightning certainly showed how much it had improved.
And just one slip now for McCarthy. A couple of fielders inside the ring on the leg side. And that looked very straight, and that's given out. LBW the decision. A very disheartened Stephen Doheny has to go. That partnership of 52 broken by Barry McCarthy with a good straight delivery in the first ball of the 9th over. And it's 52 for 1. The Warriors chasing that 426 to win.
We mentioned earlier on about having to be cautious, even though you're wanting to go off quickly. They needed to get a good start, but they also needed to hang on to wickets. And that one was so straight, McCarthy didn't even look back to the umpire until he was 20 yards down the pitch. Here it is again. He comes in. And that's as straight and as plumb as you can get.
Yeah.
I don't know what the batsman was querying about that. And so McCarthy makes the breakthrough. The Leinster Lightning get to a start. And although there's been a partnership of 52 in the 9th over, the loss of a wicket would be a big blow for the Northwest Warriors. New batsman has to come in, has to get established, has to start playing with his partner, and then we'll see how things go from there. But at the moment, great stuff from McCarthy. He'd been travelling batsman with his line and length already this afternoon.
Jared Wilson, the new batter, played in that Aricus Cup final on Saturday. Oh, sorry, the
National Cup final?
National Cup final on Sunday for Cliftonville Academy, which they lost to Derry Yahi. And a left-hander, right-hander combination now for the Warriors.
We saw the problems that left and right hand for the Leinster Lightning caused the Northwest Warriors in the first innings. Will it be the same here? At the moment, McCarthy staying over the wicket to the new batsman.
Still a couple of slips in, or at least an extra slip has come in now that the new batter is at the crease. It's a 7-2 field again, with McCarthy bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, trying to go across him and maybe get him to edge it into that slip cordon. 4 inside the ring on the offside, saving 1, and the 1 man out at third man.
We did see with Doheny at the wicket, McCarthy was bowling very close to stump. That one signalled dead ball. Captain Dockrell just making a few changes to his field.
Jared Wilson actually wasn't quite ready when McCarthy was steaming in. So the Warriors have to start again, as it were.
Oh,
good delivery. Short of a length, lifting past the outside edge. It's actually Andy McBride who's come in at number 3. The Northwest Warriors skipper. Got my 25s and 35s mixed up. Wilson often bats number 3 for the Warriors, but dropped down the order today. Solid shot, played straight to Simi Singh in the covers. No run. Super over this from McCarthy.
It's a good move from McBride to bring himself in, I think. I think the innings could do with some experience. We know he's well capable of batting. That opens the innings for the Ireland men's team in the 50 overs, as we saw in the recent qualifiers in Zimbabwe. So no mug with the bat, that's for sure. But it's good to have his experience in the middle as they chase down what is a massive total.
And that's a fine wicket maiden from Barry McCarthy. 1 for 23 off his 5 overs. McBride yet to get off the mark. Liam Doherty on 22. 52 for 1 after 9.
Well, the Warriors are definitely well up with the rate that the Leinster Lightning had at the start of their innings under overcast skies and a pitch with a little bit of moisture remaining. Been under the covers for a lot of the weekend. And it was tough batting here first thing this morning. We certainly had no clue that a total of 425 was going to be put up.
Big appeal there. Umpire is unmoved. From the reaction of the players, you'd wonder.
Well,
Liam Doherty getting tucked up here by this straight delivery. Might just have come off the bottom of the glove.
I think it more likely came off the inside of the shirt. It would have been a noise of some description, but it cuts him in two. Just off the thigh. Another one goes through to the keeper. Delaney's working him over at the moment.
Generating a lot of pace coming down the hill. It's Doherty's real weakness as a batter, that corridor of uncertainty down outside the off stump. Just one slip in for him though.
How the Leinster Lightning would like to get the established batsman out now.
Again a play and a miss.
This is where the experience and the wisdom comes in. Brian just comes down, had a quick word with his partner.
And he slashes that one away. Fine for 4. No chance for Simi Singh to cut that off. His last 6 scoring shots have all been boundaries. He moves to 26, but he doesn't look altogether comfortable.
On this occasion, it was definitely a big swing of the bat. Came down the track. Just got the thick enough edge. Carry it over the keeper's head and down to the boundary for another 4 onto the total.
again, Delaney beats him outside the off stump. Excellent bowling. Doherty really struggling to get his bat on the ball. Maybe better advised on most of these deliveries to just let them go. Wait for the one that's there to be hit. That was straighter, and it's punched away to backward square leg for another boundary. It's boundary or nout for this lad. He's up to 30. The score moves to 60 for 1 off 10 overs. Lightning, after 10 overs, were 39 for 1. So they have started in swifter fashion, for sure. But that target is still 366 runs away. Delaney's 2 overs going for 16 runs, but he'll probably feel he's bowled better than that. And now it's Fionn Hand coming on from the pavilion end to try his luck up the hill. His first 3 overs went for 21. Barry McCarthy gets a rest after his first 5 overs.
Has a wicket maiden and gets whipped off by his captain.
The joys of being a bowler. 1 slip for Hand. 6-3 offside field, and that's a fine shot by Andy McBride to get him off the mark. Boundary down the hill.
You just can't afford to be that wide to McBride. He'll punish you no matter who you are.
And again, Timmy Tector managing to dive and make a half stop, reducing 4 to 1. McBride moves to 5, and the score to 65 for 1. So it'll be Hand to Doherty this time. Slip has come out for Doherty, who's on 30. And again, he gets his stroke all wrong. Just can't quite find where the ball is. He might be on 30 runs, but he doesn't look in any way settled at the crease.
No, he's had the occasional big blow, clearing the boundaries a couple of times. But most of his innings, he has looked to survive. It's up in the air.
And he's
and
gone.
The catch.
Well, I did say he didn't look comfortable, and sure enough, he's holed out to long leg. And the 2 openers are gone with just 65 on the board. Doherty caught in the deep off the bowling of Fionn Hand for 30. And it's 65 for 1 off 10.3 overs.
A super catch down at long leg. It was up there an awful long time. It came off the top edge of the bat. Those are often spinning madly as well. That's the end of Liam Doherty. He goes for 30. Sam Harbison it was with the safe pair of hands down at long leg. And here is that delivery again. Punched in short. Just coming off the top half of the bat. And with a yard or 2 to spare, Harbison takes the catch down at the scoreboard. That reduces the Northwest Warriors 65 for 2. And they still need 361 from 40 overs.
Scott Macbeth coming to join his skipper Andy McBride at the crease. McBride not long in, 5 not out. This is just what the Lightning would have wanted. A couple of new batters at the crease. The overs ticking by, the run rate required climbing a little. Dockrell back in the slips for Macbeth.
Well, both sides have lost their second wicket in the 11th over.
Again, an errant shot outside the off stump. It's a common feature of this innings so far. On a ground like this with such a severe hill, it must be a strange feeling bowling down and then up the hill, because the pitch point has to be different. Just a run there for Macbeth. Gets him off the mark. The end of Hand's fourth over. 1 for 27. The breakthrough in that 11th over. 66 for 2. McBride on 5 and Scott Macbeth on 1. Plenty of spinning options to come for the Lightning. Simi Singh, George Dockrell, Gavin Hoey. They've got a better balance in this side to their bowling attack than the Warriors had. And with lots of runs to play with, we could expect to see all those bowlers get a good crack of it today. But it's Delaney to continue with his third over. Straight delivery, just prodded down by Macbeth. Hasn't got great form with the bat in the series so far. 11 against the Munster Reds, 23 against the Lightning, and just 1 against the Northern Knights. So he'll be looking to spend some time at the crease and make a good contribution to this massive run chase. A little bit uppish towards extra. Harry Tector is there. No run.
Yeah, Macbeth coming in at this stage. The run rate going along quite nicely at 6 and over. Just need to take this deep. He doesn't need to be looking and seeing that they still need 360 at over 9 and over and think that he has to score 9 and over all the time. That's a lovely ball from Delaney. Off pitch, off speed. Yorker. Beth could only dig that one out. But yes, bowling when you have such a large total on the board is tricky as well. Dockrell keen for the breakthrough, but still willing to take McCarthy off after a wicket maiden. Brought Hand back on. Got him another wicket as well.
Not the best of shots from Scott Macbeth. All a bit late and hurried, and beaten again outside the off stump. Delaney building up a lot of pace here. He's a bowler who really has something to prove. Coming back from injury, wanting to show that he's right up there with the best. Down to third man, where Simi Singh is the fielder. Single for Macbeth, moves him to 2. And the left-handed McBride back on strike. Two out on the leg side, one at square, one at long leg. Cover on the boundary as well. No run there. Timmy Tector steaming in from point. A fielding position he has made his own. The end of Delaney's third over, just one run coming from it. None for 17 for him. Macbeth on 2, McBrien on 5. 67 for 2 after 12 overs. And certainly, state of the game would favour the Lightning. You'd need to be a very brave gambler to put money on the Warriors at this stage.
Well, the only thing you might say is you'd get quite decent odds. Lovely shot, just driven around the ground. Beautiful, no effort, just leant on it, disappears. Another boundary, takes the score into the 70s. Yeah, again, they don't really need to be looking at the scoreboard at this stage. Just play their own game, get themselves in, see what they're offered. And on this occasion, a lovely boundary down the ground.
And the same shot again, past the bowler. Straight bat.
Despairing dive from the bowler on that occasion in an attempt to get a hand or something to it. Wasn't able to. Runs away for another 4. Scott Macbeth, well, he's flying at the moment.
There were just 2 on the leg side. They've now brought in an extra fielder at mid-wicket so that Simi Singh can go straighter at mid-on. Harry McCarthy, frustrated by something, chuntering away. That's skipper George Dockrell, and now everybody joining in this debate about who should go where.
I think McCarthy perhaps looking for Dockrell to return to slip.
And that's exactly what they've done. Dockrell's gone to slip. It's De Freitas back in the covers, and we're back to a 7-2 field. Short delivery from Fionn Hand. Fended off by Macbeth.
Very well fended off as well. I mean, he's a tall man, but he still got up there, got on top of the ball and played it straight down to his feet. What they'll mostly be wanting to use today are the long arms, the long levers.
Plays and misses, doesn't miss though. It comes off the edge of the bat. And Scott Macbeth is caught by Lorcan Tucker off the bowling of Fionn Hand, who has his second wicket of the innings. After a couple of lovely straight 4s, the shorter ball caught him out, and Macbeth has to go. 75 for 3.
Well, this is the trouble that Northwest Warriors are going to get into. 2 glorious boundaries. Ordinarily, you'd be a bit more watchful, but he went to play a shot at that, and it was too close to his body. Took the edge of the bat, flew through behind the stumps. Catch was taken. And 3 wickets down with 75 on the board. Still 351. If 351 were required from 50 overs, we'd say this is a big chase. The fact is, we're now into the 13th over, and they still need 351 as Shane Getgate heads out to the middle.
Has a couple of not out half centuries to his name in this series so far. Capable of a long innings, and certainly a man who can hit the ball a long way.
So averaging 122 in the series so far.
I just wonder if
Just out the once.
Scott Macbeth might have lost his concentration a little before that delivery because of all of the field changing that was going on. Whatever, he's back in the pavilion and will take no further part in this match. McBrien on just 5. The new batter, Getgate, to face his first delivery from Fionn Hand. Outside the off stump, and Getgate lets it go through to Tucker. And after conceding a couple of fours on the first two deliveries of this over, Fionn Hand makes the breakthrough for his second wicket of the innings. One from each end. Flashed away, super shot from Getgate. Stood and delivered. Lovely late cut for four.
Well, you know, Shane Getgate is a fine, fine batsman. He's faced with an amazing situation.
Well, that was the final delivery of the over. 12 coming from it. A wicket to Hand, the wicket of Scott Macbeth. At 79 for 3 off 13. It's not all over yet for the Warriors. Don't forget, the Lightning were 46 for 3 and still went on to score a record total. A long way to go in this match yet. Delaney to continue from the schoolhouse end. Played very defensively by McBride, who hasn't had an awful lot of the strike in the last few overs. As you say, being an opening bat, he's more of a plodder than a crasher. That run rate required just slipping up. Nicely played. Tector with the dive and backward point, and Mikey O'Reilly on as a sub fielder. Gets it in. Just a single to McBride.
Barry McCarthy, who's left the field, and Mikey O'Reilly on fielding for him.
One slip in place for the new batter, Getgate. Six-3 field for Delaney. Well left by Getgate. That's what you want to see in a batter. Making up your mind and
Decisive.
not getting caught in. Exactly, decisive. 7-2 field that should be. There's only one player on the leg side, inside the circle. And one player out. Oh, that's close, but maybe I thought the height might get him a reprieve there, but LBW is the call, and Delaney's made breakthrough number 4 for Leinster Lightning, and Getgate has to go with just 4 to his name. It's 80 for 4 after 13.4 overs, and Delaney has his first.
Well, this is what the Northwest Warriors would have feared, chasing such a large total. It just changes the mindset. I think it was certainly on line for the stumps. The only question may have been about height, but the umpires obviously have a far better view of that than we do. And Shane Getgate, fine batsman that he is, had to depart on this occasion. He went for just 4 from forward balls, and 80 for 4. That is difficult times now. And it appears like we're going to take a drinks break now.
So 80 for 4, we'll leave you for a few minutes as the Leinster Lightning and Northwest Warriors players get a bit of refreshment. But it's certainly the Leinster Lightning on top. And we'll be back for the conclusion of this match after this short break. And you're welcome back. And bad news for Northwest Warriors fans who might be watching. 80 for 4 off 13.4 overs, chasing this record total of Leinster Lightning. It looks an awful long way away. And Craig, while we were on the break, you got a message with some facts and figures.
Well, the wonderful Jess Higgins has been in touch. That 425 for 7 from 50 overs. The 25th highest score ever in List A, and it beats the competition record, the Interprovincial 50 Cup record, by 93 runs. And then, unfortunately, the other fact Jer supplied, not so positive. Trent McKeegan, he set a new world record, conceding at 14.71, and the previous worst was 13.67.
New batter is Cameron Melly from Brigade, fending off that Delaney delivery. And while all this has been going on, Andy McBride has been a bit of a silent partner at the non-striking end. He's hardly had any deliveries to face while these wickets have been falling. Melly carefully defending that one, and it's the end of Delaney's fourth over. 1 for 18, an impressive over from him. And the Lightning seemingly on the way to a win that could move them ahead of the Warriors in the standings for this year's Rario T50.
Well, before today, the net run race difference between these two sides was 0.58, and you suspect those rates are going to change dramatically with this score today, and of course it matters. It matters a lot as to how many the Northwest Warriors get. But there could be a big swing in the table tonight.
Hand to continue. McBride not certain with his shot, but getting away with it. That ball seeming to just lift off a good length. McBride on 6. Melly yet to score. And McBride not quite ready, so Fionn Hand will have to reset. The run rate for the Warriors has slipped back now to 5.65. The run rate required heading towards 10 with a lot of overs to go. That is a long way off. Pulled away by McBride to long leg for a single. Melly on strike now against Fionn Hand for the first time.
Still left-hand, right-hand combination. See lots of people changing platforms, one side to the other.
Fionn Hand just waiting till Melly is ready before he turns into his delivery stride. Short ball down the leg side, fended off by Melly, no run.
Well, very quick work from Tucker behind the sticks there as well. As soon as it went that far wide, he had the glove off, ready to throw.
His magnificent 133 earlier today. One of the standout performances of an incredible Leinster Lightning batting display. Melly off the mark with a single down to long leg. So Andy McBride on 7, not out. That just came up sharply off his glove, I think. So he gets the run, moves him to 8. Melly on 1. Slow progress for the Warriors. They need to just settle things down, get a partnership going. It's the old cliche, but it's always true. Hit wide to Mikey O'Reilly's left hand for a single. Another very good over from Fionn Hand, just 4 singles coming from it. 2 for 43 for him of 6 overs. McBride on 8, Melly on 2, 84 for 4 after 15 overs. And after 15 overs, the Lightning were 62 for 3. Not a huge amount of difference there. But who is going to be the Tucker, the Dockrell, the Harbinson, the Hand for the Warriors? That's the question.
Well,
Andy McBride might have to break his own personal record today if the Warriors are to get even close. His highest ever score was 117. Great fielding there by Timmy Tector, steaming in from backward point. Delaney into his 5th over now.
Well, the Northwest Warriors have reached a score that's a third higher than the Leinster Lightning were at the same rate. But it's just this assault on the bowling that came later on.
2 slips now for Melly. And that's lifted away backward of square. Harry Tector is the fielder, just a single.
Nice pick up and return out on the boundary, keeping the batsman to just that one. Yeah, Andy McBride, you were talking about his record, his highest score in List A cricket of 117. One would suggest he's going to need that and a few more if the Northwest is to prevail here today at the Hills. Just the one slip for the left-handed McBride.
Straight to the fielder in the covers, Sam Harbinson. You can see the sprightliness of the Leinster Lightning fielders. They know they have this game in their pockets if they just keep playing the way they're playing. Big matches coming up later this week. Tomorrow from the Mardyke we'll be bringing you Munster Reds against the Northern Knights, and then on Thursday the Reds will be at home to Leinster Lightning. The Leinster Lightning team on Thursday that will be shorn of their Ireland players, all preparing for the series against India coming up this weekend, Friday, Sunday, and the following Wednesday, I think.
Seems each time the Lightning have headed down to the Mardyke, they've had to do so without their Irish internationals. We saw it in the T20 festival earlier this summer.
Again, McBride can't get the ball off the square. He's struggling to find his timing. Well, David Delaney bowling well today. Just one delivery left in his 5th over. This only his 8th appearance at this level of cricket. Doing very well so far. A player that most of the experts feel has a great future. That's the end of his 5th over. 1 for 20 for him. McBride on 9, Melly on 3. The Warriors 86 for 4 after 16.
Well, the run rate required now hits 10, double digits. It's going to be tough from here on in, but it goes to show what an amazing final 34 overs the Leinster Lightning must have put in, because not only did they get to 425, but at this stage they were 24 runs behind, so not just 10 required an over, but nearly 11.
Bowler number 4 for the Leinster Lightning is Sam Harbinson. From the pavilion end, turned nicely by McBride to mid-wicket for a single. Is it my imagination? It seems like ages since we saw a boundary.
Well, there haven't been too many recently, that's for sure. Sam Harbison, he'll be looking to prove his all-round credentials now. He certainly proved he could wield the willow. He was part of that 87 off the last 5 overs of the innings.
And that's gone fine down the leg side. And off the bat of Cameron Melly, his first boundary.
You say it here, it happens there.
Just straying offline slightly, Harbinson. From Australia, but with an Irish passport. And that's a fine shot. Cracked away, but Harry Tector is there to save the boundary, just 1 run.
Sounded so good coming off the bat, that shot, didn't it? It flew away to the boundary, but the fielder is there. Harry Tector patrolling the top line. Hope he's not getting distracted by the crowd too much.
Again into that vacant mid-wicket area. Brian seems happy to just pop the singles around, but it's more than that the Warriors need. Lefty, righty, single, single. Lots of
keep the fielders moving.
Nicely played down to third for another single. That required rate, as you can see, fraction above 10 per over for 33.1 overs. The way the Northwest Warriors are batting, they have no chance of getting it. They'll have to take some chances, and quite soon. But with 4 wickets down, that's the problem. 94 for 4 after 17 overs. That first over of Harbinson's costing 8 runs.
Well, it is important for the Northwest that they do amass as many as possible. Net run rate could come into it. As you say, the two teams at the top of the table, both on 9 points. The two teams at the bottom of the table, both on 4 points. So bonus points and net run rate could very well come in to decide this before the end of the tournament. The last game on the 7th of September.
Spin for the Lightning. Simi Singh coming on to bowl from the schoolhouse end. 5 solid overs from David Delaney. 1 for 20. Getting that wicket of Shane Getgate, who was LBW. The 4th wicket to fall. Simi Singh will have happy memories of bowling against the Warriors, because his best figures in the Interprovincial Series is 4 for 16 against them. But look at that. Melly 9 off 10 out balls. McBride 11 off 20.
Well, this is where scoreboard pressure will work very much to the spinner's benefit. It will encourage the bigger shots, encourage the ball in the air.
Melly with the single there. He moves to 10. McBride back on strike. Still a slip in for the Lightning. George Dockrell, number 50 there. Down the leg side, McBride quietly into the mid-wicket area for a single. George looking around. Who will I give this ball to? He's thinking. Why not? Straight back to the bowler. Lovely bright afternoon in North County Dublin.
Simi just bowling the leg break delivery there. Ball coming out of the back of the hand. Well, ended up being more a top spinner. But again, just played away for a single, as they have done to each ball this over so far.
Nobody in front of square, saving a single on the leg side. Played straight back to the bowler. Simi Singh coming in to bowl. Made his List A debut 6 years ago now. Poor shot from McBride, straight to the fielder at backward point. That's Delaney. And at the end of Singh's first over, just 3 runs coming from it. No sign of the Warriors cranking up the volume here. They're happy just to potter around with singles at the moment.
Well, I could understand them wanting to play themselves in, but just 3 singles from that previous over, it's letting that required run rate. It's up by another quarter of a run, 10 and a quarter now. And the run rate they're scoring at, well, it had been 6 or there or thereabouts, and that's dropping down.
Sam Harbinson then to continue from the clubhouse end. And Melly has a swing and a miss. It's the feature of this Northwest Warriors batting lineup.
I'm wondering if I heard an edge on that, or whether it was bat coming down on pad, but Harbison was interested for a moment. Yeah, I think that there was certainly some noise down there at that end. That's a good tight line from Harbison, not allowing Melly any room. And there we go, 2 dot balls again, and the required rate has jumped another click. It could get, that figure could get quite high.
I'd just like to see the Warriors have a go. Nothing to lose. There we go. Nice short ball. That's straight to the fielder on the boundary. Gavin Hoey out there.
But yes, it's the intent that you'd like to see. Whether it's successful or not, just see some positive. Give you an idea that they are looking to chase down this total as opposed to just see out the game. Now it could be that the statisticians on the northwest side have said, well, if you get to 250, the net run rate, you'll still be ahead on, or I don't know.
And that one cut away off the outside edge of McBride's bat for a single down to third man. Another single to the captain. And the run rate required goes ever upwards. I'm very impressed with Sam Harbinson since he's come into the Leinster side this year. With bat or ball, very efficient player. A boundary for Melly, his second. And the 100 comes up in the 19th over. 103 for 4. That winning total, 323 runs away. Alas, the ball has been trapped under the hedge. And I think we've got one. Yeah, we found it.
McCarthy is back on the pitch. Mike O'Reilly back off the pitch, but I think it may be not too long before we see McCarthy come this side of the rope again.
Oh, that's slashed away. Clearing wicketkeeper and slip, and away for a boundary. Signal of intent, perhaps. 10 off that Harbinson over.
Well, Millie certainly willing to have a go, and if you're going to flash hard. Once again, the truism of that cliche, evident to all. And as you see, Mike O'Reilly has rejoined the playing surface. Barry McCarthy it is, who's come off for attention or treatment.
So McBride on 13 on strike off 25 deliveries, scoring what would be a slow pace even in a test match. You were saying he opens the batting for Ireland, and he's certainly playing like an opening bat. And another single, hit to wide mid-on.
Well, it's all very well playing yourself in and picking up these runs, but if you then get out before your acceleration, it looks ponderous. But if, like Lorcan Tucker, it takes you a while to get going, but then you do go on, then it looks inspired. It's another one of those conundrums that cricket throws up.
And to be fair, we're only in the 20th over of 50. Half volley, struck away, but well fielded on the boundary. So just a single again to Melly. 109 for 4 now. Simi Singh doing a good job. Every single is a small victory for Leinster Lightning. Great fielding. Mike O'Reilly, problems here. Simi Singh, did he drop the ball there?
He did. I don't know whether he dropped it onto the stumps. But
That was great fielding by O'Reilly at backward point.
It doesn't seem to be claiming the run out, and that's the important thing.
He looked like he was in.
Yep, safely there. I think Simi did drop it onto the stumps, but the batsman was there. Well, he makes up for it with the very next delivery.
Beautiful delivery from Simi Singh, flighted and beats the bat of Cameron Melly, who has to go. 5th wicket down now for the Warriors. Just taking leg stump with that nice tweaky delivery. Simi Singh joins the wicket takers, and Melly bowled by the Leinster Lightning bowler. 110 for 5, 19.5 overs gone. Melly out for 21.
He came in and showed a bit of intent. That slashed 4 over the keeper. Another couple of nice shots as well, but now he has to depart. It just seemed to me that that was the wrong one from Simi Singh. Came back the other way. Through the defences, crushing into the stumps. Melly just there for the 28 minutes. 3 fours he hit. He was scoring it over a run a ball. But now he's on his way, and Andy McBride has to wait for a new partner to come out to him.
A rather reluctant looking Jared Wilson about to join the action, but I think skipper Andy McBride has gone off the field of play.
He's back now.
Here he comes.
In fact, Irish colleague George Dockrell also off the field for a moment. One suspects that what was an absolutely delicious and marvellous meal at the innings break, perhaps a bottle of water or two taken on board, leaving some players in need of a short comfort break.
Jared Wilson from Cliftonville Academy, the losers yesterday in the National Cup, losing to Derryahi in a feisty affair.
Spirited.
Up in the ward, which drew apparently a massive crowd. Weak ball that from Singh, but just plopped away to cover. Certainly no sign of an increase in tempo, considering that full toss was asking to be smashed. But Wilson gets the first run and keeps the strike. And at the end of 20, 111 for 5. And the big problem for the Warriors is the 5.
Indeed, halfway through the batting card. 111 on the board. Nelson, for those of you who have that superstition. And with 5 wickets down, and still 315 runs required for victory. Finishing line looks a long way off.
Harbinson to Wilson, who edges it down to third for a single. 2 off 2 for him, 15 off 28 for McBride. He needs to get a move on, does the Northwest Warriors captain.
Very hard for him to change gears at this stage. He's been marshalling the troops, I suppose, really, in his role at the moment.
Coming into this match, Northwest Warriors with 9 points from their 3 games. Leinster Lightning with 4 from their 3.
Good ball by Harbinson, just outside the off stump. McBride not really using his feet, but just holding his bat out. Going through to the keeper. McBride himself scoring at 3 and over at the moment. You'd have thought, having faced 30 balls.
Oh, a little signal of intent there. He actually came down the track. And the Warriors, rather than increasing the tempo, have actually gotten slower. They've only scored 27 runs off the last 5 overs. A winning target, well over 300 away. There's a boundary at last. And some applause from the Northwest Warriors camp as McBride gets his first boundary since his first scoring shot of the innings.
Well, on this occasion, Sam Harbinson going short. McBride, well, he's faced quicker and shorter bowling than that. On this occasion, he put that one away very neatly, square of the wicket.
He is trying to get the ball away, but he's just struggling a little to find some form. The end of Harbinson's 3rd over. Here's a picture of how this game is going, and although the green worm is on top at the moment, the steep ascent at the end of the blue worm sort of gives the secret. From the 35th over on, just look at how vertical that trajectory was. Lightning increasing their pace right to the end. Nice shot that from Wilson, but there's a man out there in the deep, and it's just a single. He goes to 3 off 3. McBride back on strike. Singh continuing from the schoolhouse end, having picked up the wicket of Cameron Melly in his last over. And just played quietly away to mid-wicket by Andy McBride. He goes to 20. 118 for 5. Nice delivery. A little bit quicker. Got a little bit of turn. Nicely taken by Tucker.
Just turning that one away from the right-hander. Simi Singh employing the full box of tricks today.
Oh, beautiful. Flighted. Drawing Wilson into the shot. And then beating him on the outside.
Tucker alert to the stomping chance.
Wonderful for a spin bowler to have so many runs to play with. He can really try his tricks. Straight to mid-on this time. Fionn Hand, the fielder, no run. Coming to the end of his third over, Singh 1 for 9. This is great stuff from him. And again he beats the outside edge of Wilson's bat. And once more Tucker just struggling to take it. That's a great over from Simi Singh. Just 2 from it. 1 for 9 of 3 for him. Wilson's on 3 and McBride on 20. 118 for 5 after 22. And it's going to be Gavin Hoey coming on now from the pavilion end.
What do you say? What a great time to be able to come on. Plenty of runs in hand. Can set an attacking field. No players really behind the bat now. Simi Singh, oh, he is going down to fine leg.
3 out on the boundary on the leg side. Singh at 45 degrees at fine leg. 3 inside the circle on the offside and just a man out on the cover boundary. So slip in is Dockrell. Let's see what Hoey can do today. Well, first ball is caught by Harry Tector on the boundary. McBride goes for his first big hit in ages and holds out to mid-wicket to end what has been, you would have to say, a very uninspiring innings of 20 by the Northwest Warriors captain. But for Hoey, success off his first ball of the day, and it's 6 down now for 118.
It was a strange innings from the Northwest captain. Never really got into it. It looked comfortable enough, pushing his singles, keeping the bowling out. But the first time he goes down to attack a bowler, he holds out. Gavin Hoey strikes with his very first ball. 118 for 6 now. It's those wickets falling that is causing the Northwest the most difficulty. There's no way they can really push the accelerator. There's still 27 overs to go after this one. Just 4 wickets in hand, and the finish line just looks so far away. 309 more required. If it was 308 needed and they were on 118, you'd say maybe there's a good finish ahead of us, but it's actually 308 additional runs that are required.
So Graham Hume, who was involved in the Arcus Senior Cup final on Saturday in the losing team against Leinster, who won the trophy for the second time, he's in to face Hoey, who goes down the leg side for a wide. Wicket wide, his first 2 deliveries.
Well, understandably, Hume a little more circumspect than McBride was.
Lefty replacing a lefty. Bit of a cross-bat swipe and slight misfield by Harry Tector. So a single and off the mark for Graham Hume.
Well, I think we can tell from Hume's attacking of that delivery that he's come out with intent. He's not just going to sit around and wait for the 50th over.
Played straight back to the bowler. Sharply fielded by Hoey. And this one hit just wide of Fionn Hand, who was at a very wide position at mid-on. So boundary to Jared Wilson. He goes to 7.
I don't think Gavin Hoey, George Dockrell or Fionn Hand will mind the boundary. What they think of is the ball in the air, the opportunity created.
Solidly played out to mid-off for a single. The end of Gavin Hoey's first over, which goes for 7, but importantly the wicket of Andy McBride, and the Warriors 125 for 6 after 23 overs.
Good start for Hoey. 1 for 7. Wicket for that very first ball. Tossed it up there. McBride, well, he knew he needed to be scoring, but all he could do was pick out Harry Tector on the top fence.
Harbinson making the long chase across from backward point to mid-on. Big appeal.
I'm sure the appeal was for LBW.
I'm not sure if it was LB or caught behind. I think it was LBW.
I think the appeal was for LBW. If it had been caught, I think Tucker would have been going up and down like a jack in the box.
Here it is. Yeah, it looked like it was going to go down the leg side. To me. But what do I know? Played nicely through the gap in mid-wicket, and that will race away. But just a couple of runs.
That's some arm David Delaney has on him. Down to the far end.
Jared Wilson to 10. Run rate required now up above 11. We haven't yet reached the halfway point in the overs. Another beautiful delivery from Singh. That one just pushed through a little bit quicker.
On the positive side for the Northwest Warriors, runs required now under 300. That's well bowled by Singh.
Squirts away off the outside edge for a single.
Wilson wasn't too sure where he played it.
Wilson to 11, the left-handed Hume on strike now. Singh continuing over the wicket to the left-hander. Nicely paddled around the corner by Hume.
Well, that's clever cricket by Graham Hume. He saw that the fielder had come from that position around the corner, come in front of square, feel on hand it was. And as soon as he saw the gap, he knew he just had to get some bat on that round the corner, and it was going to run away for 4.
And that one was down the leg side and is signalled wide. So that's 5 added to the score. 137 for 6 now. Surprised actually that Singh isn't bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, but
well, he's bowling both the off spinner and the leg spinner, and I think he's trying to get both of them to pitch in line with the stumps and then moving separate ways.
Slightly more expensive over that. 12 coming from it. First time the run rate required has ticked down a touch. 1 for 21 off 4 for Singh, 5 for Hume, 11 for Wilson, 137 for 6 after 24 overs. And Gavin Hoey will continue from the pavilion end. Good to see the spin bowlers getting an opportunity.
Well, if you can't bring them on when you've scored 425, you'll never find out what they can do.
And that's into the gap, but Harry Tector is there. Wilson happy with the single. He moves to 12.
I expect with the left hander facing, he's going to be looking to use top spinner.
And a full toss. Hammered away for 6. Hume has a big bat and broad shoulders.
I'm not afraid to use either.
Deadly with any full toss. That's the one thing spinners have to do, is make sure they make the ball bounce. This one's pulled away, but there's a man there. Just a single this time.
Well, 3 men there on the fence for the left-handed Hume. David Delaney comes in from square leg for the right-hander.
Chipped away into the gap at mid-wicket. Another single for Wilson. And that little run rate required has just ticked down to 11.05. Can they get it into the 10s before the end of this over? Be a small achievement for the Warriors. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Harry Tector underneath it again. That's his second catch of the day. And Hume didn't follow through strongly enough on that shot to mid-on, and wicket number 7 goes down. And Hume is out.
You can see 2 number 13s in the Leinster huddle. And what's happened is, I think Barry McCarthy has gone inside for a jumper and just picked up the nearest one to the door. And now we have 2 13s. But
Thanks
a simple
for clarifying
catch.
that. Caught McCarthy, bowled Hoey.
Simple catch down the ground. Hoey picks up his second. It's the 7th down for the Northwest Warriors. Well, they're kind of limping along now. Hume disappears. And next out, Macbeth. Coming out at number 9. Took 1 for 79 in the first innings. Like many of the Northwest bowlers towards the end of the innings came in for a bit of tap. Few runs disappearing. Oh, he got that one to go the other way, did Hoey. Lovely delivery. Not what Macbeth would have wanted to see in his first ball in.
Last ball of the 25th over, 146 for 7. Wilson on 13. Ryan Macbeth yet to score, and Hoey with 2 for 16 of his 2 overs.
Well, he has those 2 wickets. And in comparison, halfway through the innings, the Leinster Lightning were 142 for 3. And now the Northwest Warriors, well, they are ahead at 146 for 7. But this is when the Leinster Lightning assaulted.
Jared Wilson chips it to cover. Another wicket goes down. 146 for 8. And this hapless reply, you'd have to say, from the Warriors is petering out on the beautiful sunny afternoon in Milverton.
It never really petered in, did it? They've never really got going. No partnerships of any mention. They opened with 52, but once the openers are gone, partnerships of 13, 10, 5, 38, and 38 and 0. It's been a procession coming forward. Craig Young is batsman number 10.
Well, hopefully he'll have a bash and give us some entertainment. We'd like to see some entertainment from this Northwest Warriors batting lineup.
Well, we saw in the first innings, Barry McCarthy hit Craig Young for a 6, straight back over his head. And then there seemed to be a couple of words between batsman and bowler, etc. And then when Young bowled McCarthy, there was definitely a send-off.
It's straight out to deep mid-off for a single. Gets him off the mark. First of these 2 batters to score.
Well, 147 for 8, 26 over.
It's looking like they won't even get halfway to the target. Halfway being 213. But you can't take anything away from Leinster Lightning. It's been a magnificent performance by them, from 46 for 3 and seemingly in trouble. They batted superbly and they have bowled as well as they needed to.
Well, they batted beautifully. But again, this whole game, how different would it have been if Doheny had taken that catch very early on in Lorcan Tucker's innings? He went on to score 133 and be involved in 2 century partnerships, which has really propelled the Leinster Lightning to the heights they reached, 425. And in reply, well, the Northwest haven't really been at the races here.
Gently turned for a single. 150 is up for the Warriors.
And it's come up quicker than it did for the Leinster Lightning. But of course, the Leinster Lightning, they only had those 3 wickets down at this stage.
And maybe another chance here. Yes, well taken in the deep. And wicket number 9 comes crumbling down. It's Craig Young out for 1. 150 for 8. Singh gets another one. And Leinster Lightning on the way to Perhaps a bonus point win.
Oh, I think the bonus point, however they work it out, there'll be a bonus point here. It hasn't been a performance from a team that before today were in the top half of the table, joint top with 9 points, only kept off the top spot by run rate. But today they have suffered, and suffered badly. This looks like being a very big defeat. You talked about them not reaching halfway. They've done well to reach 150. And it's only a matter of time now before this match is done and dusted.
Young caught to Freitas bowled Singh for one. Singh has his second wicket. And it's Hoey continuing from the pavilion end. Single pushed into the gap by Macbeth, bringing Trent McKeegan on to strike.
Oh, many congratulations to the Irish women today. They won by 10 wickets against the Dutch, the Netherlands. Gabby Lewis, 43, but star of the show there, Amy Hunter with 49 not out, and Ireland picking up the win by 10 wickets. Many congratulations to them. And so much cricket to come as well. You're in Cork tomorrow and Thursday.
And that's pulled away for a boundary.
2 more games in this Rario Interprovincial 50 over Cup. And then on Friday we see Ireland taking on India, and again on Sunday, and the following Wednesday. Not to forget, the Irish women, having won by 10 wickets, will be playing the Dutch 2 more times this week, on Wednesday and Thursday.
It's all happening in this cricketing August.
Oh, if the weather cooperates, we'll see plenty of cricket and be using plenty of factor 50. That would be the dream.
Hard to predict, I know, but forecasters are telling us that there will be good weather for next weekend. A maximum! Is there life in the old dog yet?
Well, a splattering of applause from the pavilion as Macbeth dumps one over long on for 6.
Just the third 6 of this Northwest Warriors reply.
I don't think Hurry will worry too much. His only thought at this stage is to collect a 3rd wicket.
So far, 161 balls faced by the Warriors, 91 dot balls, make that 92. To be fair, Leinster Lightning also faced quite a few dot balls, but they just smashed a few more 4s and 6s.
It was the ones between the dots that have made the difference for Leinster. Unsurprisingly, Simi Singh will continue now from the schoolhouse end. 163 for 9.
So Trent McKeegan on strike here for the first time at this pavilion end to face Simi Singh. Slashed away past the man at mid-on for a boundary.
Sen Harbison it was doing the fielding out there, but couldn't quite get to that one. Another 4 onto the total. Matter of personal pride now for these two in the middle. Trent McKeegan.
That one beat everybody, including Lorcan Tucker.
I think that's going to go down as buys. 4 more onto the total, and you can see the energy has just gone out now. The fielding side realising there's just 1 wicket left, realising that the total is just so far away, and they're just waiting for this wicket to happen. And I'd prefer to see them really putting the effort in to take this final wicket, whether pricking in a fielder close or just something.
And that's nicely hit.
And nicely
to
fielded.
Wide mid-on, and another maximum for Trent McKeegan. Well, his first, but Ryan Macbeth has one. He's got one. All of a sudden, they're going for the win. 177 for 9. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. And nicely reverse swept over the short fine leg fielder for another boundary.
Well, Trent McKeegan, only the 2nd player today to achieve that reverse sweep. Lorcan Tucker we saw pulling a few tricks out of the bag earlier on in his innings. And McKeegan picks up another boundary there.
And he smashed the next ball, but straight to mid-on. And this one is history, folks. McKeegan is out. Caught Harbinson, I think, off the bowling of Simi Singh, who ends up with figures of 3 for 39 in his 5.6 overs. In his 6 overs. And the final total for the Northwest Warriors, 181 of 28 overs. And here's how the final wicket went.
Well, the simplest wickets, the simplest catches, and highly appropriate to end this game. And the Leinster Lightning win by 244 runs. And after all the excitement of the first innings, that second innings, bit squiddish really. Nobody really got going. Nobody really got some runs, and they never looked like challenging. The ironic thing is, on an over-by-over story, they were ahead of the Leinster Lightning for an awful lot of that innings. It's just losing wickets. And when they started looking for the big hits in the lower order, well, the safe hands of the Leinster Lightning tended to be underneath them.
But you've got to give all the credit to Leinster Lightning for the way they batted. Despite his luck early on, Lorcan Tucker's 133 was magnificent and ably assisted by George Dockrell. And then those wonderful cameos from Harbinson and Hand at the end. A very easy victory for the Lightning, who will probably go up to 9 points, level with the Knights and the Warriors. Munster Reds against Northern Knights coming tomorrow from the Mardyke. We'll be bringing it to you live. And let's have a look at the cards of the day just to finish off this broadcast from the hills. Leinster Lightning winning by 244 runs on the back of this record-breaking innings of 425, beating the previous record of 332 by an absolute street. Right in the middle there, Tucker 133, Dockrell 88, but also credit to De Freitas on his debut, scoring a very tidy 50, and he and Tucker turned the innings around after a bad start. Harbinson and Hand with a mighty bash at the end.
Well, as we spoke about earlier, the big partnerships in the middle are the ones that mattered. The one, De Freitas and Tucker, very important. It took the Leinster Lightning from when they were 46 for 3, and it took them on and on and on. And then when Dockrell and Tucker came together, well, it was big blows all over. Great work by Hand and Harbison at the end. They put on 87 in just 5 overs, 30 balls faced, and it enabled the Leinster Lightning to finish on 425. There are the bowling figures, including a new world record for Trent McKeegan, not one he'll want, but 103 runs conceded in 7 overs. Pick of the bowlers, Craig Young, 4 for 61 up from his 10 overs, and he was one of the most economical as well, although even he at the end took a bit of tap. Barry McCarthy putting him straight back over his head for a straight 6. But apart from that, well, Macbeth and Hume were the wicket takers, and there wasn't a huge amount there, really.
The reply from the Warriors. Well, too little everywhere along the line. A nice start by Doheny and Doherty, who put on 50 for the opening partnership, but after that, the innings just fell away. McBride with no impetus and wickets falling at regular intervals. 181 all out in just 28 overs. And as you can see there, the biggest partnership at the top, Doheny and Doherty with 52. McBride and Melly, they're 30. Jared Wilson and Hume at 28. And that final partnership with a bit of bashing at the end from Ryan Macbeth and Trent McKeegan. Was it all a little bit too little, too late?
Well, the story of the bowling, Simi Singh, so reliable for the Lightning, 4 for 39 today from just 6 overs. But Owen Hand, how old am I? Fionn Hand, 2 for 43, and McCarthy up top, 1 for 23. Well, they were aided and abetted by Delaney and by Hoey.
And there's the summary of what happened today. The Lightning with that record-breaking 425 for 7. The reply from the Warriors never looked to be on track. 181 all out in just 28 overs. And the Leinster Lightning win by a massive 244 runs. Great day's cricket if you're a Leinster Lightning supporter. Northwest Warriors will brush themselves off and prepare for the next series. Tomorrow it's the Northern Knights down in the Mardyke facing the Munster Reds. We'll be bringing you that live at 10:45 tomorrow morning. Look forward to having you there. But from Cricket Ireland and HPV Studios and all the crew here in Milverton, the Hills, and from Craig Senior and myself, Stephen Alkin, it's goodbye for now, and hope you can join us tomorrow.